बहुत बहुत स्वागत तुहाडे सारिਆਂ ਦਾ प्रोग्राम न्यूज़ डर्बी ਦੇ ਇਸ ਲਾਈਵ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਅੱਜ ਹੈ ਜੂਨ ਦੀ 1 ਤਰੀਕ, ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਥੱਲੇ ਮਈ ਦੀ 29 ਤਰੀਕ ਹੀ ਲਿਖੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। For that I am extremely sorry. Let me just change this one. ਜੂਨ 1 2026 ਔਰ ਦਿਨ ਹੈ ਅੱਜ ਸੋਮਵਾਰ ਦਾ। ਸਟੂਡੀਓ ਦੀ ਘੜੀਆਂ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੇ 10:13 ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਦਾ ਪੈਸੀਫਿਕ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੈ, ਪੈਸੀਫਿਕ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੈਸਟ ਕੋਸਟ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ। ਔਰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 10:45 ਰਾਤ ਦੇ ਔਰ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 10:13 ਰਾਤ ਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਖਬਰਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਖਬਰਾਂ, ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਜਾਣਨੀਆਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਆ। ਹਰ ਖਬਰ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ, ਹਰ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਮਹੱਤਤਾ ਰੱਖਦੀ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੁਝ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਐਸੀਆਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵਾਕਈ ਸੁਰਖੀਆਂ ਬਣਦੀਆਂ। FIFA ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਣ ਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਥੋੜੇ ਦਿਨ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਸਟ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਦੋ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਨੇ, ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਤੇ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਮੈਚ ਹੋਣੇ ਆ। 13 ਮੈਚਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ 7 ਮੈਚ ਹੋਣੇ ਆ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ BC ਪਲੇਸ ਹੈ, ਔਰ 6 ਮੈਚ ਹੋਣੇ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਹੁਣ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਸਕੈਮ ਜਿਹਾ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ FIFA ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ। ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਰੌਲਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਟਿਕਟਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਿਕ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ FIFA ਦੀਆਂ ਟਿਕਟਸ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੈਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਅਜੇ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵਿਕਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਗੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਧੜਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਐਸਾ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਆਊਟ ਆਫ ਸਟਾਕ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਹੋਵੇ। ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਨਹੀਂ। ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਟਿਕਟਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਪਈਆਂ, ਜੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਲੈਣੀਆਂ ਹੋਣ ਤਾਂ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ। ਬਟ ਐਟ ਦਾ ਸੇਮ ਟਾਈਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਚੀਜ਼, ਇੱਕ ਸਕੈਮ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਉਹ ਸਕੈਮ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਜਾਲੀ ਫੇਕ ਕਾਊਂਟਰਫੀਟ ਜਰਸੀਜ਼ ਦਾ। ਸੌਕਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਰਸੀਜ਼ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਰਸੀਆਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੌਕੀਨ ਨੇ ਲੋਕ, ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਰਸੀਆਂ ਪਾਉਣ ਦੇ, ਔਰ ਸੌਕਰ ਦੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਸ਼ੌਕੀਨ ਨੇ। ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੋਂ ਆਏ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਸੌਕਰ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਸੌਕਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਈਏ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ, ਉਹ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਸੇਇੰਗ ਕੁਝ ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਦੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ FIFA ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੁਝ ਜਰਸੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਟੀਮਸ ਦੀਆਂ ਸੌਕਰ ਦੀਆਂ, ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਰਸੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਫੜੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਔਰ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਫੜੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਚੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਲੋਕ ਵੀ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ। ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਐਸੀ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਮੈਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਲੈਣੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਥੋੜਾ ਸਮਝਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਕੀ ਕਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਦੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ FIFA ਵਾਲਾ, ਇੱਕ ICC ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ ਸਸਪੈਂਡ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਬਹੁਤ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਸੁਣ ਲਈਆਂ ਹੋਣੀਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਦੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦਿਆਂਗਾ। ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਐਸੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰੱਖਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਖਰਾਬ ਨਾ ਕਰਨ। ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਦਿਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਵੇਂ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਬਣੇ ਆ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਦਾਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕੋਈ 60-37 ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ। ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਦਊਂਗਾ, ਪਰ ਬੜੀ ਹੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ FIFA ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਰਸੀਜ਼ ਔਰ ਫੇਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਾਊਂਟਰਫੀਟ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਲੀ ਜਰਸੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ, ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਣਨੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ। ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ, ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਉਸੇ ਵਕਤ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਕੀਤੀ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਹ ਜਰਸੀਜ਼ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਰਾਮਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਉੱਥੋਂ, ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਆਹ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ, ਆਹ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੜੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਫੜੇ ਗਏ ਆ, ਆਹ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਜਸਟ ਇਨ ਅ ਮਿੰਟ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਦਿਆਂ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਆਹ ਲਓ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਆਹ ਸੁਣੋ। ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਐਂਡ ਇਟਸ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਜਰਸੀਆਂ ਦਿਖਾਣਾ ਕਿ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੈੱਡਕੁਆਟਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਵਨਸ। ਆ ਲਓ, ਆਪਾਂ BC ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਵੇਂ ਲੀਡਰ ਚੁਣੇ ਗਏ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ। ਐਂਡ ਦੈਟਸ ਦ ਨਿਊਜ਼। ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਨੇ ਬੜਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਇੱਕ ਭਾਂਡਾ ਫੋੜ ਕੀਤਾ। ਆਹ ਜਰਸੀਜ਼ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਲੈਫਟ ਸਾਈਡ ਤੇ,
results of a fraud investigation that led to the largest seizure of counterfeit soccer jerseys in Canadian history. Following remarks, they will take questions from the media. Deputy Chief.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. Today, we are announcing the results of a Toronto police investigation that has led to the largest seizure of counterfeit soccer jersey in Canadian history. With the FIFA World Cup less than 2 weeks away, the Toronto Police Service is proactively targeting crimes that tend to spike during major sporting events, including the sale of fraudulent merchandise. Today, I can announce that as part of this investigation, our officers seized thousands of knockoff sports merchandise, some you see here, including jerseys and flags, and made 2 arrests for fraud over $5,000 and several other charges. The items you're looking at today represent only a small portion of what our officers seized, the total of which exceeded $3.5 million. This was a large-scale operation designed to exploit fans and take advantage of their love for sports. I want to recognize the outstanding work of our members, particularly the Toronto Police Service's FIFA Planning Team Investigative Unit and the Public Safety Response Team. Their strong partnerships, fast response, and commitment to stopping this fraudulent activity were critical to the success of this historic seizure. I also want to thank Lipkus Law, a member of the Canadian Anti-Counterfeiting Network, who supported this investigation and played an important role in this accomplishment. This seizure is a reminder to fans: be vigilant. Take a closer look before purchasing merchandise to support your favorite team. If a deal seems too good to be true, it likely is. I'll now turn it over to Superintendent David Eklund, who will walk you through the investigation in more detail.
Thank you, Deputy. On May 12th, Lipkus Law notified law enforcement of a suspected warehouse containing what they believe to be illegal goods, prompting the launch of this investigation. 2 weeks later, on May 26th, investigators executed 4 criminal code search warrants at a warehouse in Mississauga, operating under the name Amana Trading Company. What you see displayed before me is a fraction of the thousands of counterfeit items seized at that warehouse. We seized more than 16,000 name brand fake jerseys and flags, along with 2 counterfeit FIFA World Cup trophies with an estimated street value of more than $3.5 million.
Oh, wow.
2 men, Ramy Jabber, 41, of Milton, Ontario, and Waleed Sarhan, 62, of Mississauga, were arrested on a number of charges, including fraud over $5,000 and possession of property obtained by crime over $5,000. Given the size of this seizure, we believe the 2 men were running the scam for some time. They operated as a distributor under the name Amana Trading Company, selling to retail stores. I want to thank the TPS FIFA Planning Team Investigative Unit, led by Detective Patrick Costello, and members of the Public Safety Response Team for their great work on this historic seizure of fraudulent items. This investigation involved close coordination with Lipkus Law, whose support was instrumental in helping us identify and stop this activity before many innocent people became victims of this crime. Counterfeit merchandise is a known concern during major sporting events, including the FIFA World Cup. For criminals, it's a crime of opportunity because they know people want to support their favorite team and will prey on that excitement. Often, proceeds of this crime fuels organized crime, including human trafficking. We want people to feel confident they're buying authentic products and not scammed by cheap fakes. As the deputy said, if it feels too good to be true, it probably is. So always check what you're buying and who you're buying it from to ensure it's an authorized seller. If you believe you've been a victim of a fraud, we encourage you to report it to the police. Thank you. And I'll now turn it over to Mr. David Lipkiss.
I want to start by expressing thanks to the Toronto Police Service FIFA Planning Team Investigative Unit, along with the team of investigators at Backlit Resource Group and Whalen Investigative Consulting, lawyers, and support staff that assisted with this matter. This seizure is the direct result of flawless execution by Toronto Police Service, resulting in the largest known seizure of counterfeit soccer jerseys in Canadian history. Counterfeiting activity directly undercuts honest, hardworking, and legitimate Canadian businesses that pay taxes, hire locally, and play by the rules. Everyone is excited that Canada is co-hosting FIFA World Cup games, but bad actors are trying to weaponize this incredible fan passion for illicit financial gain. In Canada, there are numerous steps you can take to avoid buying counterfeit goods. If you're shopping online at third-party marketplaces or through social media, then start by looking at the price. A premium brand at a bargain basement price isn't a discount. It's a red flag. Visit the brand's website to educate yourself on where to buy locally. Look for spelling and grammar mistakes on all interior and exterior care and content tags and labeling. Brands are proud of their products and provide consumers with information about who they are and how to contact them. If you unknowingly purchase counterfeit goods, then I urge you to contact the police and the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre. Counterfeiting isn't a victimless crime. It funds illicit networks and compromises your safety. Choose authenticity, shop smart, and let's keep our communities safe. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We'll now take some questions.
Do you know how much a jersey, a real jersey, is worth paying a number on it? I think almost $300. And a lot of people are looking to support multiple companies.
ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਆਨਸਰ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਆਪਾਂ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਹੈ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਾਈਨਿੰਗ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ। ICC ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਸਪੈਂਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ, ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਦੀ ਵੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਐਂਡ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ ਐਜ਼ ਕੈਰੀਲੈਂਡ ਫਿੰਡਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਲੈਕਟ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਉਸ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ
we're talking about the people who legitimately come to a match that legitimately want to buy something that is actually legitimate. They're paying full price and they're not getting what they expect for full price. So
they're paying $300, but they're getting.
That's correct. Yeah.
So they're not there on marketplace looking for $50.
That's correct. Yes.
So these are fake fanatic swim sites.
Right. They're being sold to retail stores. So folks are walking into retail stores thinking that they're buying an authentic piece of, say, a jersey or sporting equipment. They're paying full price as they would if it was authentic, but they're getting a fake counterfeit.
You have the warehouse, you bust the warehouse, not flow this case, from my understanding. But did a lot of it flow into stores already, not in retail outlets in Toronto?
Right. So that is part of our ongoing investigation. So we're asking that if anybody feels that they were scammed or a victim of this type of a crime, to contact the police.
Are retailers realizing some kind of savings? I mean, are they buying, if the consumer is buying it at full price thinking it's real, is the retailer putting it in stores think it's real? That's a
Great question. So all forms part of the ongoing investigation. During major sporting events, if you think World Series and other things that are happening in the city, even concerts, you see an increase in counterfeit merchandise. That's part of the investigation, but I can say that they're coming from overseas.
Talked about
coming from overseas. That means bar baniyan hui hai.
Talk about these seizures. How good are they as fakes? Are they identifiable to the average consumer?
We'll actually have Mr. Lipkiss answer that one.
Yes, there are items that are identifiable. There are spelling mistakes on some of these tags. If you look and feel the products, it doesn't have the same quality. I will tell you that there are retailers that do not know they are purchasing these counterfeit goods and selling them to the public. The reality is You have to remain vigilant both as a retailer and as a customer. Customers don't want to buy these low quality products. They don't operate the same way. They haven't been tested for safety. The materials on them can harm the consumer. This is not something that the public in Toronto or in Canada should want to support in any way.
How did this come to the attention of your law firm? So good question.
There are many ways that matters are brought to my law firm's attention, including through customer complaints, by example, from investigators out in the marketplace making purchases, and a variety of places online and elsewhere.
So I can't comment.
Specifically on this investigation.
You have a client that you're representing that.
Yes.
If I can maybe add some
Question was brought up around some consumers are actually looking for a deal. Like, life's expensive. These things are, the real jersey are expensive. And outside the fact that folks are trying to buy legitimate items and getting scammed, the other pieces that we can't forget, and it's easy when you're trying to save money and you forget the message, but what this does is it directly fuels organized crime and human trafficking, things like that we're struggling with. So that dollar, being spent maybe unknowingly causes real harm. So the consumer has to remember that there is a trade-off for saving money at the front end, which might create a victim at the back end.
It's followed that a lot of times these kinds of products are sold directly on the street. People set up tables, very common Toronto, New York, around the world. During the FIFA period, the Toronto Police Department is going to be actively monitoring, making arrests, that sort of thing, and the extent of what people are exposed to.
So Sean, I can tell you, I don't
I think we're going to be actively doing that, but it's a human resource issue. It is a criminal offense, and so we are obviously concerned with that, and we will act if there are reports of such activity.
Can you tell me how many businesses have been taken by these Go ahead.
No idea, but I'm assured that that'll be part of the investigation, and if we're able to identify the distribution network, we will make that known. Sorry? I have no idea. I'm not really sure. I don't know if you can answer that.
Yes, sellers do often comply with cease and desist letters when they are put on warning. Obviously, it's a case-by-case basis, so it depends on the specific retailer, but generally, we do receive cooperation. Question. So if you unknowingly purchase counterfeit goods, then you absolutely should contact the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre. The Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre can assist you with processing a chargeback as it relates to the sale of those goods. So if you paid using Visa or MasterCard or PayPal, a lot of those intermediaries have policies to ensure that fraudulent goods are not purchased by unsuspecting consumers. So please do your diligence and process those chargebacks through the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre.
You mentioned the business that this was operating. Was that a legitimate business? Did they have
Yeah, that's it was a mana trading company, is a legitimate business from my understanding, and it will continue to be part of the ongoing investigation.
Reuters recently reported that Argentinian national jerseys had flooded the market, estimating that 70% of those being sold, especially on the street, are fakes. If you kind of have a sense of how many fakes are out there, if you were to go to the World Cup, one of the matches coming up, how many jerseys in the stand would be fake?
Okay, good. So I can tell you I've attended a lot of different sporting events, and believe it or not, with my own eyes, I can look at some of the quality on the lettering and tell that about half of those jerseys in that stadium is fake. Obviously, it depends on the specific event. There are low-cost alternatives to buying jerseys. No one's asking the public to spend the highest-end version of a jersey and buying that item. You can buy legitimate jerseys from the legitimate brands at a lesser price. That's available to all consumers. From a Canadian perspective, the OECD, the Organization of Economic and Cooperative Development, has stated that there are billions of dollars of counterfeit goods available globally. Canada is included in that. There's no study to my knowledge that exists that says, here's how big the problem is in Canada. But the reality is we're no different than any other country that is dealing with these issues on a global scale.
Is there anything that you can point out to us on the
comment on the merchandise in front of us, unfortunately.
I noticed.
Can you repeat that? I'm having trouble hearing you. I apologize.
The jerseys that you see.
So at the conclusion of any court case, we'll apply for an order of disposition to have the items disposed of, whatever the court decides that could be destroyed.
I just wanted to ask a question about CBSA is not involved in this, so this stuff obviously got into the country without being detected, so nobody figured it out there. Do you think that there are other ones sitting in warehouses right now?
I'll answer that. CBSA is doing a great job at detaining counterfeit goods that are entering our marketplace. The reality is CBSA needs additional funding to help prioritize this issue. Counterfeit goods are affecting us all, and I don't know what percentage of shipments are looked at by CBSA before they arrive, but there unfortunately are times where the goods do enter our marketplace. But I will tell you that the CBSA officers are working on these matters and are working very hard to stop these goods from entering our marketplace.
Yes, there were 2 arrests made. 2 men, Rami Jabbar, 41, of Milton, Ontario, and Waleed Sarhan, 62, of Mississauga, were arrested and charged with fraud-related offenses.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes our press conference for today.
ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਿੰਗ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। I'm going to take you there. ਪਿਛਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਦਿਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ। ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਤੋਂ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਖਬਰ ਨੇ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਹਿਲਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਇੱਕ ਲੜਕਾ, ਇੱਕ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵੈਕ, ਇਹ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵੈਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਟੀਨੇਜਰ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੈਰੇਮੋਨੀਅਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਾਈਫ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਰਪਾਨ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਪਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ। ਵਿਕਰਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਡਿਗਵਾ ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੇ ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਕਤਲ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਔਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੀ ਤਾਂ ਵਿਕਰਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਡਿਗਵਾ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਤੇ ਰੇਸਿਸਟ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ, ਮੇਰੀ ਦਸਤਾਰ ਲਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ, ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਨਸਲੀ ਟਿੱਪਣੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ। ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਤੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ, ਲੜਕੇ ਨੂੰ, ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵਾਕ ਨੂੰ ਫੜ ਲਿਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵਾਕ ਦੀ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਮੌਤ। ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਵਿਕਰਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਡਿਗਵਾ ਦੀ ਮਦਰ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਮਿਲੀ। ਵਿਕਰਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਡਿਗਵਾ ਦੀ ਮਦਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਇਸ ਦੋਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੂਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਹਾਇਤਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਵਿਕਰਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਡਿਗਵਾ ਨੂੰ 21 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਜੇਲ੍ਹ ਦੀ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸੁਣਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। 21 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਜੇਲ੍ਹ ਦੀ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸੁਣਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵਿਕਰਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਡਿਗਵਾ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਸੁਣਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੀੜਤ ਪੱਖ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਕੀਲ ਨੇ ਕੋਰਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਆ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ, ਵਿਚ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਇਹ 18 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵਾਕ ਸੀ, ਐਸੈਕਸ ਤੋਂ। ਔਰ ਇਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਵਾਰਦਾਤ ਹੋਈ, ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਰੌਲਾ ਕੀ ਪੈ ਗਿਆ? ਰੌਲਾ ਇਹ ਪੈ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਸਾਰਵਜਨਿਕ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਪਬਲਿਕਲੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੈਰੇਮੋਨੀਅਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਚਿੰਨ੍ਹ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਹਥਿਆਰਾਂ ਵਰਗੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਰੱਖਣ ਦੀ ਆਜ਼ਾਦੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ, ਸਭ ਕੋਲੇ ਅਖਤਿਆਰ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੌਲਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵੱਧ ਗਿਆ। ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਇਹ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਆਮ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਤੇ ਚਰਚਾ ਦਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਾ ਵੀ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਡਿਬੇਟ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਪੈਦਾ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਕੁਝ ਸਮਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੱਜ ਵਿਲੀਅਮ ਮੌਸਲੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸੁਣਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਕੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਪੂਰੀ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਔਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਪੂਰੀ ਖਬਰ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਵੀ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵ ਮੀ ਓਨਲੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੋਸਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾ ਵੀ ਦਿਆਂ ਕਿ ਵਕੀਲਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ। ਚਾਚੀ ਅਤਰੋ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਵਾਟ ਆਰ ਦ ਨੇਮਸ, ਡਿਡ ਨਾਟ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਣਾ ਹੀ ਨੇਮ ਹੁਣੇ ਦੇਣਾ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਾਮ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਣਾ, ਸਾਰੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇਣਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣ ਦਿਓ, ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਪੀੜਤ ਪੱਖ ਦੇ ਵਕੀਲ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵਾਕ ਵਾਲੇ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ 21 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਕੈਦ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਵਾਂਟ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ very important information ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਟ੍ਰਾਈਂਗ ਟੂ ਪੋਸਟ ਇਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆ ਜਾਏ। ਇੱਕੀ ਸਾਲ ਮਿਨੀਮਮ ਸੈਂਟੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। Just give me 1 minute. So that ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਲੈ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਗਾ ਵੀ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ।
Without justification. Henry was 18 years old. He was kind, ambitious, loved and full of promise. He had his whole life ahead of him, a degree to finish, places to see and a future to build. That future was stolen from him and no verdict or sentence will ever give it back. Henry did nothing wrong. He was one of the kindest, friendliest and most inclusive people you could ever hope to meet. He was amazing in every way. On the 3rd of December last year, Henry was walking home from a night out with his university football teammates when he encountered Vickrum Digwa. a man openly carrying a large knife on the streets of Britain. That knife was used to take Henry's life. He should have been safe walking home. Instead, he became another young life lost to the brutal reality of knife crime in this country. Henry had been stabbed multiple times, and as his chest filled with blood, he tried to escape. He was chased, abused, and filmed by Vickrum Digwa and others.
Oh my God, such a
When
shame.
police arrived, Henry was lying on the floor, barely able to sit up and plainly in severe medical distress. With his final words, he told officers that he could not breathe. He told them he had been stabbed. In fact, Henry told officers that he could not breathe 9 times. He told them he had been stabbed 4 times. The response from one officer was, "I don't think you have, mate." The police have said they were misled by the murderer and that the scene when they arrived was complex. Unfortunately, it seems to us the truth is much simpler. The police were told by our son himself and by a member of the public who called 999 that they heard someone shout that they had been stabbed. But the police did not believe them.
Oh my God.
Henry was pulled across the gravel, his hands forced behind his back, and he was placed in handcuffs. Instead of being treated as a dying victim, police formally arrested Henry for assault and read him his rights. That was the last thing he heard. Henry did not die with dignity. He did not die with the care he deserved. He lost consciousness before anyone believed him. Let me be absolutely clear. We hold Vickrum Digwa solely and 100% responsible for the brutal murder of our son. But Henry should not have died on the streets of Southampton in police custody.
Hmm.
The way he was treated was inhumane and degrading. His murderer, however, was afforded decency. He was believed. He was not handcuffed when arrested. He was not handcuffed when transported to the police station. As far as we understand, he was never handcuffed at all. And, as Vickrum Digwa himself told the court, whilst under arrest for Henry's murder, police even took him to the kitchen so he could choose his food. The contrast is unbearable. We believe the officers involved remain on duty, although we understand some may have since resigned. One was allowed to leave the force before she had given an account to the Independent Office of Police Conduct of what happened that evening. The IOPC investigation remains ongoing. Whilst we await its final report, we are calling on the Home Secretary to ensure that the IOPC has the resources, authority, and independence it needs to conduct a full, fearless, and transparent investigation. Our families should not have to fight for the truth anymore. Despite the shocking actions of the police on that fatal night, the murder investigation was very different. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Senior Investigating Officer DCI Rebecca Bartholomew, the Serious Crime Team, and particular officer in the case, Claire Proctor.
Oh,
We would also like to thank our incredible
Parivarak
family
family
officers,
members.
Sarah Page and Trudy May, for their diligence, professionalism, and compassion throughout this investigation. We would also like to thank the CPS, as well as Nick Lopenberg, KC, and Neil King, for their outstanding advocacy skills in prosecuting this case. In our darkest period of our lives, knowing that people were fighting tirelessly for Henry gave us strength. They secured justice for our son, and for that, our family will be forever grateful. For us, there is no closure. There is no moment where the pain stops. There is no moment where the Henry-shaped hole in our family is filled. We will carry this grief every single day for the rest of our lives. But today matters. Today, Henry was believed. The truth has been recognised. Today, justice, in the eyes of the law, has been served. But justice alone is not enough. We want to use Henry's heartbreaking story to make change for the better. We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred, or tension. We want his story to make our streets safer for everyone. That is why we are calling on the government to treat knife crime as the national emergency that it is. We need real solutions. We need investment in prevention. We need stronger action on the sale, the ownership, and carrying of all knives. And as this case so painfully demonstrates, we need common sense applied to our laws. This doesn't mean knee-jerk reactions. This doesn't mean going to extremes. It just means a common sense approach to law and order. As the case C for the prosecution summed up in court, this is not a case about Sikhism. This is not a case about racism. This is a case about murder. People should not be able to walk openly through the streets of Britain carrying a 21-centimetre blade. As a family, we will not let this go. No other family should experience the heartbreak and horror of losing a child to knife crime. Finally, I want Henry to know, wherever he is, we are so proud of him and we love him beyond words. Thank you.
ਇਹ ਉਹਦੀ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਦਰਦਨਾਕ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਖੀਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਾਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ, ਕਿਸੇ ਰਿਲੀਜਨ ਦੇ, ਕਿਸੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਸੁਸਾਇਟੀ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਾਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਐਡੀਆਂ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਿਰਪਾਨਾਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਣੀਆਂ ਤੁਰਨਾ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਅਸੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਕਾਮਨ ਸੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਪਲਾਈ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂ ਕੀ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੱਖੀ ਹੈ, ਆਪਣੀ ਮੰਗ ਕੀ ਰੱਖੀ ਹੈ।
We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred or tension.
ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਹੇਟਰੇਡ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਡਿਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਪੈਦਾ ਕਰੇ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਪੈਦਾ ਕਰੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇਹ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਦੇਖੋ ਗੱਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੈਪਟਾਈਜ਼ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਰਪਾਨ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਆ, ਔਰ ਉਹ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਮੰਨੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਰੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਮਾਰਦੇ ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਅਸਰ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਇਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੋਢਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੈ। ਜਦੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਗਲਤ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਖੜਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਔਰ ਕਾਲ ਆਊਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਾਊਟ ਆਊਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਆਹ ਗਲਤ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਹੁਣੇ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਐਜ਼ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਫੈਲਾਣ ਜਾਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਡਿਵਾਈਡ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਨਾ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ, ਇਸ ਮੌਤ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੀ ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਲਿਸਨ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਐਂਡ ਦੈਨ ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਮੂਵ ਫਾਰਵਰਡ।
In the eyes of the law has been served. But justice alone is not enough. We want to use Henry's heartbreaking story to make change for the better. We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred or tension. We want his story to make our streets safer for everyone. That is why we are calling on the government to treat knife crime as the national emergency that it is. We need real solutions. We need investment in prevention. We need stronger action on the sale, the ownership, and carrying of all knives. And as this case so painfully demonstrates, we need common sense applied to our laws. This doesn't mean knee-jerk reactions. This doesn't mean going to extremes. It just means a common sense approach to law and order. As the case C for the prosecution summed up in court, this is not a case about Sikhism. This is not a case about racism. This is a case about murder. People should not be able to walk openly through the streets of Britain carrying a 21-centimetre blade. As a family, we will not let this go. No other family should experience the heartbreak and horror of losing a child to knife crime. Finally, I want Henry to know, wherever he is, We are so proud of him and we love him beyond words. Thank you.
Yeah!
ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਇੱਕ ਅਪੀਲ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਐਂਡ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੌਕੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇੰਨਾ ਸ਼ਾਂਤ ਰਹਿਣਾ, ਇੰਨੀ ਠਰਮੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਰੱਖਣੀ ਔਰ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਜੋੜਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਐਂਡ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਭ ਦੀ ਕਲੈਕਟਿਵ ਇੱਕ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਬੇਵਕੂਫ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ, ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਕਲੰਕ ਲਾਤਾ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਲੰਕ ਲਾਤਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਇੱਕ ਐਕਟ ਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ, ਔਰ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੋਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ। ਆਈ ਐਮ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਸਮਟਾਈਮਸ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਓ ਆ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਾਈਫ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੰਨੇ ਲੰਬੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਲਵਾਰਾਂ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਰਪਾਨਾਂ ਜਾਂ ਤਿੱਖੇ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆ ਸਕਦੇ, ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਛੇਤੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਵਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਉੱਠਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਵਾਰਦਾਤਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਉਹ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਦੇ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਸੇ ਸੰਦੇਹ ਪੈਦਾ ਕਰਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੀਆਂ, ਡਰ ਪੈਦਾ ਕਰਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੀਆਂ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਜੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ। ਐਂਡ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਐਜ਼ ਦਿਸ ਜੈਂਟਲਮੈਨ ਸੈਡ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਸਮਝਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਿੱਖੀਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਨਹੀਂ, ਬੜਾ ਸਪੈਸੀਫਿਕਲੀ ਕੈਟੇਗੋਰੀਕਲੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ। ਅੱਛਾ, ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਈਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਐਂਟੀ ਬੈਲਿਸਟਿਕ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲਸ ਨਾਲ ਹਮਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਆ, ਯੂਐਸ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਤਸਲੀਮ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਫਟਾਫਟ। ਇੱਕ ਦੋ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਫਟਾਫਟ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿਆਂ। ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਦੀ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕਲ ਮਿਨਰਲਸ ਔਰ ਮਾਈਨਿੰਗ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰਾਇੋਰਟੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਏ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਇਹਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕਲ ਮਿਨਰਲਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਹਰ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਹੈ। ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕਲ ਮਿਨਰਲਸ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕਲ ਮਿਨਰਲ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਮੁਲਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਤਾਕਤਵਰ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਦਿਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ, ਇਕਨੋਮਿਕਲੀ ਵੀ ਔਰ ਅਦਰਵਾਈਜ਼ ਵੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ BC ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਾਈਨਿੰਗ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ, ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਫ ਮਾਈਨਿੰਗ ਜਗਰੂਪ ਬਰਾੜ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਾਈਨਿੰਗ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਮਾਈਕਲ ਗੋਰਿੰਗ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਆਟਵਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਆਟਵਾ। ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਸੁਣ ਲਈਏ ਔਰ ਸਮਝ ਲਈਏ। ਹੈਗੀ BC ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਹੈ।
Colombia, and I'm very pleased to be here in our nation's capital, along with British Columbia's Minister of Mining and Critical Minerals, the Honourable Jagrup Brar, along with a delegation of representatives from British Columbia's mining sector. We're here in Ottawa today to meet with federal officials as part of a coordinated Team BC effort to advance $79 billion in major mining and critical mineral projects and position Canada as a leading global supplier of responsibly produced minerals and metals that our allies and partners need. We're here to deliver the message that BC has the minerals, precious metals, and steelmaking coal that Canada and our allies need. We're here to deliver the message that British Columbia mining punches well above its weight, has contributed to our nation's economy since the gold rush of 1800s, and is now a leading mining jurisdiction within Canada and the global mining industry. The sector is a major economic engine and offers nation-building opportunity that can secure our economic future, long-term prosperity, national security, and sovereignty. Today, BC's 18 operating mines and 2 world-class smelters delivered $27.8 billion worth of economic activity in 2024 and accounted to close to 30% of British Columbia's goods exports. And during a time of significant global uncertainty and economic turbulence, mining has the potential to drive a new wave of economic growth, creating jobs, strengthening local communities and First Nations communities, and generating revenue for government services. Importantly, there's growing momentum across BC's mining sector. After years of inertia, permits are beginning to be issued. Change is afoot in British Columbia. 5 mining projects have been permitted and authorized since June 2025. We also have an impressive roster of projects in our environmental assessment process and several projects in what's referred to as our Critical Minerals Office, which is really a government department meant to de-risk projects before they enter the regulatory process. And importantly, now in British Columbia, we have 31 critical mineral, precious metal, and steelmaking coal projects on the books. These are all at various stages of development and regulatory review in BC. Their construction alone represents approximately $79 billion in economic activity. These projects represent over $41 billion in near-term investment, tens of thousands of new jobs, generating $27 billion in paychecks for workers and $21 billion in tax revenue for governments. To seize upon this nation-building opportunity and turn it into real investment, jobs, and economic benefits, we're calling on the federal government to provide bold federal action in partnership with the government of British Columbia and BC's mining industry. There are 4 key areas of focus for federal participation. 1, we need the federal government to build on success to date with the government of BC and continue to work with the province to accelerate permitting. 2nd, we need the federal government to invest in First Nations governance, administrative, and technical capacity to reduce project risk, get projects moving, and advance economic reconciliation and partnerships. 3, invest in skills training to build a strong, skilled workforce that can respond to the dynamic needs of the BC mining sector. And 4th, and finally, federal funding to provide direct infrastructure investment, including electric transmission and highways and roads, in partnership with the BC government. That is to facilitate the development of mining projects and enable the seamless movement of concentrates and refined metals to market throughout the Asia Pacific, Europe, and other areas of the world. Now, I'd like to turn it over to the Honourable Jagrup Brar, British Columbia's Minister of Mining and Critical Minerals. Minister.
Thank you, Michael. I'm really pleased to join the Team BC to convey a very clear message to Ottawa that British Columbia mining sector is booming and ready, and we need support from Ottawa. We are building in British Columbia what we call a sustainable, responsible, and globally competitive mining sector to provide critical minerals critical to our low-carbon economy and to advance reconciliation with First Nations. And we have a huge momentum right now in the province of British Columbia when it comes to mining, as Michael said before. We approved 6 major mining projects in 1 year in the province of British Columbia. No other jurisdiction in this country has done that. And those projects will bring over $5 billion investment and create family supporting jobs to the people of British Columbia during the construction time, and also a long-term job in the mining sector, and provide billions of dollars in revenue to the province to improve our healthcare system, education system, and make housing more affordable. We have, as Michael said, 31 projects at different stages in the province of British Columbia of critical minerals. 4 of them have been assigned already by us to the major mining office, we also known as critical minerals office, which means those are projects moving fast in the province of British Columbia. And we have also made significant changes when it comes to the permitting process. We have reduced the major mines application process timelines by 35% by eliminating duplication and also introducing what we call the single application process. And for example, the Mount Milligan mine application went through the permitting process in 9 months. In 9 months, we provided all the required permits to the Mount Milligan mine. Similarly, we have also implemented the fixed permitting timelines for mineral exploration sector. The first province in the country to do that. And we are making more changes to make the permitting process best in the world. Competitive, responsible, and also a system that advances reconciliation with First Nations. All 6 projects we approved in the province of British Columbia has been approved in consultation with First Nations, because we truly believe that we can move the mining sector and other natural resources projects forward quickly working with First Nations. We are the first province to share mineral tax revenue with First Nations. We have shared roughly about over $450 million with First Nations under the mineral tax revenue share. We have also approved 2 first in the country consent agreement of 2 mining projects with SK Creek and lately Red Chris. That is also first in the country. So what I want to say, standing next to Michael Goring, the CEO of Mining Association of BC, and we have, of course, a team of members who came from BC, different mining companies, CEO and other representatives. We are here to convey very clearly that British Columbia mining sector is ready. We have skilled workforce. We have the permitting timeline that nobody can match. We are moving project forward, and we have more projects ready to move forward. But we need support from the federal government. And that's why we are here. We are excited to work with the federal government. We need their support to move these projects forward.
Excellent. Thank you, Minister. I think it's fair to say where we want to go in British Columbia, our aim is to ensure that mine permitting and authorizations in BC end as a competitive advantage for our province in order to attract investment, to grow our sector and grow BC's economy. And when we have a strong BC economy, we have a strong Canadian economy. Thank you.
So
Thank you, merci. There are no
ਕੋਈ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਆਨਸਰ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ, that is there, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ Ottawa ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਹੈ, which is very important as well, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ one sec, ਇਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ Ottawa ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਤੇ ਓਨਟਾਰੀਓ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਨਫਰਾਸਟ੍ਰਕਚਰ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਅਨਾਉਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਗ੍ਰੈਗਰ ਰੋਬਰਟਸਨ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਹਾਊਸਿੰਗ ਤੇ ਇਨਫਰਾਸਟ੍ਰਕਚਰ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਓਨਟਾਰੀਓ ਦੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਮਿਊਨਿਸਪਲ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਐਂਡ ਹਾਊਸਿੰਗ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਕਿ ਗ੍ਰੈਗਰ ਰੋਬਰਟਸਨ ਵੈਸੇ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਮੇਅਰ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਨਾਲ ਰਹਿ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁਣ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਓਟਵਾ ਤੋਂ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਓਨਟਾਰੀਓ ਦੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵ ਮੀ ਓਨਲੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਓਨਟਾਰੀਓ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਪੂਰੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਧੜਾ ਧੜ ਉਹ ਲੱਗੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਲੈਕਟ ਕਰਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਾਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਏਜੰਸੀਜ਼, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਹੈ ਚਾਹੇ ਹੋਰ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਅਨਾਊਂਸਮੈਂਟਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਅਨਾਊਂਸਮੈਂਟਸ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਵੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਮਝੌਤੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾਣ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਿੰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਓਟਵਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਅੱਗੋਂ ਟੈਕਨੀਕਲ ਰਿਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ 2 ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਾਹਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਨਿਕਲਿਆ ਜਾ ਸਕੇ। ਓਟਵਾ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਦੇਅਰ, ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ਼ੂਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ।
The Honourable Gregor Robertson, Canada's Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. The Honourable Rob Flack, Ontario's Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. The Honourable Peter Bethlenfalvy, Ontario's Minister of Finance, are all along here aside Mayor Mark Sutcliffe. We stand here today at a critical turning point. For years, the dream of home ownership across Canada has fallen increasingly out of reach for a growing percentage of individuals and families. Rebuilding an affordable housing delivery model in Ontario isn't the challenge that can be fixed casually. Without generational leadership and bold action, it's an impossible task. Growing pressures on home building over the last decade have been significant, with rising costs and fees, approval delays, and taxes, creating an environment where the cost of building often exceeds what the market can afford to pay. Thanks to the decisive leadership of Prime Minister Carney and Premier Doug Ford and the leaders who stand with us today, the dynamic is now changing, and tens of thousands of jobs in Ontario are being protected. Through exceptional cooperation and a shared vision, Canada's federal and Ontario provincial governments have already moved the needle with the removal of HST on new homes in Ontario. And in doing so, they've made new homes as much as $130,000 more affordable. Since this policy took effect in April, our industry has seen market increase in sales and building activity. It's not an exaggeration to state that the leaders with us today have re-energized this sector in structural failure. This comes at a vital time for construction workers and suppliers, for new home builders, and most importantly, these changes have given new hope to an aspiring generation of new home purchasers. The job is not done, however. Today, we'll hear more about development charge reforms, which will play a further role that I am confident will materially improve new home affordability in our province. Without further delay, I'd like to turn this over to Minister Robertson, and thank you all very much for being here today.
Thank you, Frank, and to the whole Kaivan team for hosting us here today on your home building site. Great to be here alongside Ministers Flack and Bethlenfalvy, as well as Mayor Sutcliffe. And to all the leaders from local government as well, thanks for joining us here today, recognizing this is a big partnership that has to have all levels of government working together, as well as representatives from our home building industry, the builders that get our homes built. Thanks for making the time to be here and take these next steps together. Just last week here in Ottawa, I toured a home building site with the Prime Minister, and we heard some great news that as a result of our federal leadership and the partnership with Ontario, it's delivering results by making homes more affordable here in the province. And since announcing our tax cuts on the new homes, that site in particular has seen a 65% increase in sales. So we're seeing good signs already, a strong market rebound, but that's in a much broader context. As Frank said, several major challenges became clear over the last few years. Home ownership has felt unattainable for far too many. Our infrastructure is not keeping pace with our growth as a country, and our communities need more support. We needed a major shift to bridge the divide and to build Canada stronger. So your federal government started with some major steps, launching Build Canada Homes. With that, we are supercharging home building across the country. We've already enabled more than 11,000 homes that are in the works, with thousands more coming in the weeks ahead. Maison Canada nous aide à bâtir une échelle et un rythme sans précédent depuis des générations. Using Canadian workers and materials, we are building more affordable homes smarter and faster, but we need to bring this approach to everything that we're doing. As we build more homes in Ontario and across Canada, we also need to invest in key infrastructure. In far too many communities, the existing infrastructure is simply not cutting it anymore. It can't support more homes. It can't support the families that are looking to build their lives. So cutting taxes and launching Build Canada Homes were major pieces of the puzzle. Another key piece is cutting development charges. And that's why we're here today. Today, we are going to mark a major milestone in delivering for Ontarians with the official opening of the Canada-Ontario Municipal Development Charge Reduction Program. Bit of a mouthful. I'm sure there's an acronym coming for it. By removing the full 13% HST on new homes in Ontario that are valued up to $1 million, and by reducing these fees, we are bringing down the cost for a new home in Ontario up to $200,000. And this will be done through that combo of reduced development charges and HST relief for home buyers. Our combined efforts will boost housing supply for Canadians and help bring down those costs as well. As part of this agreement, Canada and Ontario together will be investing in infrastructure, $8.8 billion over 10 years through the Build Community Strong Fund. And this funding will support housing enabling infrastructure, post-secondary education infrastructure projects across the province as well. And this agreement is how we are working together to reduce those development fees, which will bring down the cost of homes while building the critical infrastructure that we need in our communities. The development charges will be reduced by up to 50% for 3 years, targeting Ontario's largest and fastest growing cities. This new agreement will reduce the cost of home building, accelerate housing development, and support economic growth through infrastructure investments. Lots of jobs to build that infrastructure. We are making progress on bringing down the cost of homes here in Ontario, and this partnership really focuses on accelerating the housing and infrastructure delivery while lowering the costs and reducing the barriers to construction. Nous investissons également dans le transport en commun et les infrastructures communautaires. Il faut renforcer nos communautés pour que chacun puisse accéder à un logement et à un bon emploi. We are very proud to take this next step together with Ontario. It's a partnership that will make a lasting difference for so many families across the province, and we want to see this spread right across the country. Merci tout le monde, and thank you very much. And over to the ministers next. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Minister Robertson, for the kind introduction. Always great to be in your presence and get the job done. It's good to be here in our nation's capital alongside, as we've identified, many of our municipal and home building partners. And of course, my friend and colleague, George Deroux. Where is George? Right behind me. He's a good man. And thank you to Frank Cairo for hosting us at this beautiful site in Barrhaven. The many people here today is an absolute testament to how impactful this measure will be for the housing sector. No question about it. For too long, I've heard about Ontarians struggling with the cost of housing. This is not a new story. As I have said before, we don't have a housing crisis as much as we have an affordability crisis. In Ontario, in Canada, this is simply unacceptable. The dream of home ownership is the quintessential Canadian dream. If you save, sacrifice, and work hard, that dream has to be within reach. For too many of late, that dream has not been in reach. That is why we are here today. Thank you to our friends at OHBA, Build, FERPO, ResCon, and OREA for being here in Ottawa, key sectors representing the entire home building industry in this province. You know all too well how much home builders have struggled in the current housing market, how workers have feared losing their livelihood. Thankfully, due to the efforts made both by the federal and provincial governments, there is light at the end of the tunnel. As Minister Robinson discussed, we have a partnership to build, which made today's announcement possible. We are collectively addressing what is arguably the most salient issue of our time, the reality that it takes too long and that it costs too much to build homes in Ontario. Over the last year, our government, under the leadership of Premier Ford, has passed 3 pro-housing pieces of legislation, Bills 17, 60, and 98. They tackle planning and approval tools like official plans and the Ontario Building Code, as well as the deferral of development charges. Now, we all know well why municipalities charge development fees. Ontario has an insatiable, I repeat, insatiable need to replace aging infrastructure and build new infrastructure. We are a growing province. Development charges have been an important tool used to pay for this needed infrastructure. However, in some municipalities, development charges have become overly inflated, adding well over 6 figures to the cost of a new home. These costs can be prohibitive. These costs contribute to our housing affordability crisis. And that is why we're here today, to support our municipal partners through reductions to development charges. Municipalities that cut DCs by a minimum of 30% will be eligible for funding for shovel-ready infrastructure projects. It's application-based with a required municipal investment of as low as 10%. And I think they'll be happy that it's not more, as low as 10%. Municipalities can have confidence that we will approve acceptable projects quickly with lightning speed. In the coming months, we will also introduce an important infrastructure funding stream for our small, rural, and northern municipalities. These funds will also be available on an application basis with its own criteria for funding. We are making sure that municipalities across every corner of the province, large or small, rural or big city, will have the ability to take advantage of this $8.8 billion infrastructure partnership. Ultimately, building Ontario is a collective effort. We all need to do our part, and we sincerely appreciate our many municipal partners here today who stand alongside us. We have with us President Robin Jones from AMO, Ontario Big Cities Mayor's Chair, Marianne Mead Ward, Karen Redmond, Chair of the Mayors and Regional Chairs of Ontario, Crystal Lowry, Chair of Roma, Dave Pluter, Chair of FONOM, Rick Dumas, Chair of NOMA, and Mark Sutcliffe, Mayor of Ottawa, who will speak here shortly. Governments don't build homes. I say it repeatedly. Governments don't build homes. However, we do create the conditions to get housing built faster and built affordably. That is exactly what all levels of government are doing today. The DC reduction program, coupled with the historic HST rebate, will kickstart the home building sector and help deliver affordability back for homebuyers. Together, we are protecting over 100,000 jobs in the housing sector, with more to come. Together, we are bringing home ownership within reach for more hardworking families, and together, we will always protect Ontario. I'd now like to invite my colleague and friend, Minister Peter Bethlenfalvy, Minister of Finance for the Province of Ontario, to the podium. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Minister Flack, and thank you for your great leadership on this file. You know, you've done more in such a short period of time, and we thank you for that. You did leave out President of the Treasury Board as one of my titles, but
temporary.
Temporary, yeah. Well, And I knew this had to be a big announcement when I saw all the VIPs standing behind me. I mean, you've got an all-star cast here representing every corner of the province. Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities, the Northern Ontario Municipalities Association. I'm going to forget someone. Rural Ontario Municipalities Association, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the big city mayors, the regions. So I go on, but they're a great group of people, and they're so passionate about making their communities stronger. And I thank them for all being here. And of course, we're here on at Barrhaven, but also as part of the City of Ottawa. I really want to thank Mayor Mark Sutcliffe, who's been doing a phenomenal job. I've got to know him extremely well over the years. This is a very smart guy who is tireless on behalf of Ottawa. I want to thank you, Mayor. Where are you, Mayor? Thank you deeply for your service to the citizens of Ottawa. And of course, none of this would happen without the leadership of Minister Gregor Robertson. Minister, you are a champion for building all kinds of housing right across the country. It's that kind of leadership, along with Prime Minister Carney, Finance Minister François-Philippe Champagne, and of course, Minister Gregor Robertson, who, by working together with the province, we can do so much more together. And this is a clear example of that here today. So thank you, Minister Robertson. We are working together closely to get this infrastructure, as been said, built faster across the province. And we're doing so because we know that people and workers and families continue to feel the pressure of economic uncertainty and high costs each and every single day. Housing affordability in particular remains one of the biggest challenges facing families today. Simply put, it costs too much and takes too long to build a home in Ontario. And it is pricing families out of living the dream of home ownership. And we cannot allow this to continue. That is why our government has been working to bring down those costs, grow our economy, and build the infrastructure our communities need to thrive. And today's announcement, the new Development Charge Reduction Program, is our government's latest effort to make that happen. C'est pourquoi notre gouvernement travaille pour réduire ces coûts, faire croître notre économie et bâtir les infrastructures dont ont besoin nos communautés pour prospérer. By working with our federal partners through the Canada-Ontario Partnership to Build, our government is making this critical funding available to municipalities, particularly those who reduce development charges by 30 to 50% or more. By investing in more housing enabling infrastructure, we can help bring down not only the cost of building, but also support critical infrastructure projects that in turn will enable even more home building. So by working together, we can support housing affordability, just like we are doing by cutting the full 13% of HST on new homes to save buyers, as was mentioned, up to $130,000. We have a plan to protect Ontario and build a more competitive, resilient, and self-reliant economy. Nous avons un plan pour protéger l'Ontario et bâtir une économie plus compétitive, résiliente, et autosuffisante. One that it not only helps us build a stronger Ontario with more homes and better infrastructure, but one that holds greater opportunity for future generations. And it is now my honor to pass it over to your mayor, the Mayor of Ottawa, Mark Sutcliffe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Bethlen Falvey. Thank you, Minister Flack, Minister Robertson. Great to be joined today by MPP George DeRuse and also a couple of my colleagues from Ottawa City Council, David Hill and Tim Tierney, who will soon be the president of FCM. And great to be joined by my colleagues from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. Welcome back to Ottawa to all of you. The people of Ottawa have made it clear. They want us to be bold and aggressive about building more homes. That's why we're on track to be the most housing-friendly city in Canada. That's why in Ottawa, we're saying yes to housing. Today's announcement is another giant step forward to building more homes in Ottawa. Cette annonce est l'une des plus importantes de l'histoire du logement au Canada. So I want to say thank you to our federal and provincial partners for their collaboration and leadership. Thank you to Premier Ford, Prime Minister Carney, the ministers who are here today. I'm very proud that this announcement is being made right here in Ottawa. And thank you to Frank and the team at Kaivan for hosting us. Residents expect their governments to work together. And that's what we're doing with this announcement. All three levels of government are represented here today, working hand in hand in Ottawa and across Ontario to solve the housing crisis. Through our housing action plan here in Ottawa, we have cut red tape, reduced and deferred costs, unlocked transit-oriented and urban intensification, made it easier to build affordable housing, and transformed the culture at City Hall. Grâce au plan d'action pour le logement, nous avons revu notre processus d'examen des projets d'aménagement. We've eliminated 13 studies that used to add time and money to the process, and we've scaled back the scope of another 13. We've cut fees like community benefit charges. We passed Canada's most forward-looking zoning bylaw, making it easier and faster to build citywide. And we're the first city in Canada to sign an agreement with Build Canada Homes, advancing 3,000 new affordable and mixed-income homes through a $400 million agreement with the federal government. We've done all this and much, much more, and the plan is working. While other cities have seen steep declines in housing starts, our housing starts were up 38% in 2025. A quarter of all rentals built in Ontario last year were built right here in Ottawa. And since 2023, we put industry in a position to build roughly 70,000 new homes in Ottawa. We're approving new homes faster than the industry can build them. Now, we know that development charges are still a big cost that gets passed on to first-time buyers. We've heard so much already today about the dream of home ownership for many young people. Development charges can put housing out of reach for many families. So that's why in Ottawa, we have always kept our development charges low. While other cities have seen their DCs increase to 2 or 3 times higher than ours, we've been extremely cautious and restrained. In Ottawa, we found other ways to fund a significant amount of water and wastewater infrastructure. We've used an affordability lens to guide our infrastructure planning. That means, unlike other cities, first-time homebuyers in Ottawa aren't saddled with those costs. L'annonce aujourd'hui s'inscrit dans la continuité du travail déjà accompli à Ottawa pour faciliter davantage la construction. To put it simply, today's announcement is a game changer for housing here in Ottawa and right across Ontario. By funding infrastructure directly, we are unlocking thousands of projects that we've already approved but are waiting on infrastructure. Substantially more homes will be shovel-ready immediately, and the cost of delivering those homes will be substantially lower. And one last point, we've not only deferred our development charges, but we've also made it so that new homes built in Ottawa will benefit from the lowest rate of DCs during that deferral period. That means that builders who start building today will reap the rewards of the program being announced today. So my message to home builders is this: there has never been a better time to build in Ottawa. It is time to build in Ottawa. My message to Ottawa families is this: we're doing everything we can to make housing more affordable for you. Thousands and thousands of families in Ottawa will have new homes unlocked for them, thanks to the leadership and joint efforts of all three levels of government. Des milliers et des milliers de familles d'Ottawa pourront bientôt éménager dans de nouveaux logements grâce au leadership et aux efforts conjoints des 3 niveaux de gouvernement. So once again, thank you, Minister Flack, Minister Bethlen Falvey, Minister Robertson. Thank you for your collaboration and your leadership. Thank you for joining us in Ottawa to say yes to housing. Merci beaucoup.
Now, before I'll pass it over to Minister Robertson, but I did, because I didn't mention him, now I'm going to really embarrass him, MPP George DeRuse, who represents us in Carleton.
Basically, ਇੱਕ ਵਧੀਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਨੇ, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਿੰਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਇਧਰੋਂ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ, ਕਿ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹਾਊਸਿੰਗ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਪੈਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਖੜਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਹੱਥੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੱਲਾ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਟੈਕਨੀਕਲ ਰਿਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਫਿਰ ਪਰਸੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੀਅਰ ਪੋਲੀਏਵ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਰੀਸੈਂਟਲੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਰੌਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੈਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਭਾਈਚਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਵਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਉੱਠਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ। ਐਂਟੀ ਸੈਮਿਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਧਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਔਰ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਚੁੱਕਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਆਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਲੀਡਰ ਨੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਪੀਅਰ ਪੋਲੀਏਵ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਹਿੱਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਕਨੋਮੀ ਤਾਂ ਥੱਲੇ ਜਾ ਹੀ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਂਟੀ ਸੈਮਿਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਵੱਧ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਹ ਇੰਨੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਵੱਧ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ 'ਚ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਐਂਟੀ ਸੈਮਿਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਭਾਈਚਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਫੈਲਾਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਣਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਊਂਗਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪੀਅਰ ਪੋਲੀਏਵ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਆਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਲੀਡਰ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਆਪਣੇ ਭਾਸ਼ਣ ਦੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਫੀ ਮੰਗ ਕੇ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨੇ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕੀ ਉਹਦਾ ਕਾਰਨ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇਣਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਤੇ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕੌਨਫਲਿਕਟ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ, ਬੇਰੂਤ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਤੱਕ ਵੜ ਚੁੱਕੇ, 10 ਕਿਲੋਮੀਟਰ ਦੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਲੈ ਲਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੀ, ਸਾਊਥ ਆਫ ਦਾ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ। ਔਰ ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ ਯੂਐਸ ਤੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ, ਈਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਐਂਟੀ ਬਲਿਸਟਿਕ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਆ, ਉਹ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੀਓ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਦਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਮੋਲਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਆਨਰੇਬਲ ਅਨੀਤਾ ਆਨੰਦ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਂਬੈਸਡਰਸ ਨੇ, ਹਾਈ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰਸ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਜ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ, ਵਿਚ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ, ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਿਹਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਆਨਰੇਬਲ ਅਨੀਤਾ ਆਨੰਦ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਅਨੀਤਾ ਆਨੰਦ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹੈਡ ਆਫ ਦ ਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਿਸਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਅੱਜ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਪੀਅਰ ਪੋਲੀਏਵ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਪੀਚ ਆ ਉਹ ਸੁਣਾਂਗੇ। ਫਿਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਇਹੀ ਚੇਂਜ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਲੰਬੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਤੱਕ 12 ਵਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੇਗਾ, ਪੈਸੀਫਿਕ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਲੰਬਾ ਖਿੱਚਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਇੱਕੋ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਵੇਰੇ 9 ਵਜੇ ਪੈਸੀਫਿਕ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਤੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਕੇ 3 ਵਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਕਰੇਗਾ। ਸੋ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਅਨੀਤਾ ਆਨੰਦ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਲੈਟਸ ਲਿਸਨ ਟੂ ਦੈਟ।
So glad to see all of you in one room, and I'm just
ਸਾਰੇ ambassadors ਨੇ, high commissioners
thrilled to welcome you back to Ottawa and to have a conversation over the next number of days about our foreign policy and your role on the front lines implementing that foreign
It's very
policy.
important.
I want to take a moment and recognize my parliamentary secretaries, Rob Oliphant, Mona Fortier. Bienvenue et merci pour votre travail acharné, toujours, chaque jour, dans la période de questions et d'autres choses plus arrangées. Merci, merci beaucoup pour votre travail acharné. So thank you so much for the work that you do. A lot of what we're going to talk about during the next few days is the implementation of our new foreign policy under a new prime minister and a new government. And so I really wanted to gather everybody around the table so we could have a collective conversation. Because when I see you in your missions, we're so focused about the meeting that is coming up. And I know many of you will have heard me say, please give me some words of opening in the language that my counterpart speaks. And we talk and we delve deeply into the issues of the day in that jurisdiction. But this is a step back. It's a moment for us to examine the new foreign policy approach and the work that we all are going to be doing on behalf of this incredible country over the next years. So you know that your work is crucial, and I want to again thank you for your work and everything you do every single day. It's hard on your families, I know, but it is such important work and so valuable at this moment in time. Donc, peut-être je pourrais prendre une petite pause et vous remercier. Thank you. Thank you for your work. Now, as diplomats, we all have moments that typify what it means to be Canadian and what it means to undertake the work that we do every single day. And I thought I would share two of those moments with you before delving into specific aspects of our foreign policy. The first moment I'll share with you is the opening of our consulate formally in Nuuk, Greenland at the beginning of February. As I was raising the Canadian flag, the crowd that had assembled there, and many of them were Inuit who had come to support Governor General Mary Simon, had come to support their Inuit brothers and sisters, had come to support the rules-based international order and the principle of territorial integrity, broke into singing our national anthem. Not prompted, not because it was on the program for the event, but because the moment called for the singing of our national anthem. And so as I was raising the flag, I felt in that moment that our work is much more than any one of us. Our work is very much about what Canada needs now and how we are going to work together collectively as a team to ensure that we're implementing the values on which our foreign policy is based and the pragmatic instances, the pragmatic approach that we need now. And I'll talk about that in a moment.
Pragmatic
Le
approach.
deuxième exemple pour moi est quand j'étais récemment en Estonie lors de l'inauguration de notre ambassade à Tallinn. Une chorale d'enfants chantait. Encore une fois, j'ai ressenti l'importance d'être aligné avec des pays qui partagent nos objectifs. Aucun de ces moments n'arrive par hasard. Il arrive grâce à votre travail constant sur le terrain, jour après jour, pour permettre au Canada d'agir avec intention et leadership. Donc, encore une fois, merci. Et si ces moments sont importants, c'est parce qu'ils ont un impact concret pour les Canadiens ici au pays. And everyone in this room understands that in Canada now, like most countries, we are facing major challenges in an evolving geopolitical landscape. This isn't just turbulence, it's transformation. And as Margaret Atwood reminds us, when nothing is sure, everything is possible. This is the moment that we are in. This is the moment of transformation. This is the moment where clarity matters. Middle powers like Canada will remain secure and prosperous only by building our own capabilities at home and combining our strengths with trusted partners abroad. Le monde change rapidement. Les rivalités économiques augmentent. Les chaînes d'approvisionnement sont plus fragiles et les Canadiens ressentent les effets. La bonne nouvelle, mes amis, c'est que nous pouvons façonner notre propre avenir si nous choisissons d'agir avec détermination. Et comme j'ai dit, c'est une matière de s'assurer que nous pouvons être ensemble sur l'étage mondial. Collectively, Canada and our like-minded friends in Europe, in Australia, in Japan, and Korea, for an example, represent a larger GDP than the United States, triple China's trade flows, and represent the largest R&D spend in the world. Purpose-built coalitions can make a difference so that we, as middle powers, can drive prosperity together. And we do that not simply by relying on hegemons, not by doing it alone, but by combining our strengths with partners who share our purpose. And just as your posting letters from the Deputy Minister mentioned in the fall, each one of you has a part to play. You are excellent at what you do, and we need this excellence more than ever. It was an understanding of this moment that convinced me to stay in politics, in fact. Last year, I spoke with Mark Carney before he was the Prime Minister, before deciding to run again. And we were and are like-minded in acknowledging that we were entering a period of significant global and economic uncertainty. And I chose to stay because this national moment is too important to ignore. And perhaps you feel that too on the ground. And I hope that over the next few days, I can hear your stories and we can learn from each other. Now, I'd like to break the remainder of my remarks into three main parts. First, let's talk about the economy. Second, we'll talk about security and defense. And finally, humanitarian assistance and international development. So the focus in large measure is on economic security and trade diversification. Ça, ce n'est pas la bonne nouvelle pour quelqu'un d'autre peut-être, mais pour nous, c'est important de se souvenir que c'est très important de diversifier nos chaînes d'approvisionnement, nos partenaires économiques partout dans le monde. And our goal is to double non-US trade over the next 10 years. This would represent a $300 billion increase in annual overseas exports. We're seeing early results. There is more work to do, but let me recap some of those early results. Last year, Canadian exports to non-US markets grew by over 17%. Canada is expected to have the second fastest growing economy in the G7 this year and next. And in the first 4 months of this year alone, we landed over $10 billion in commercial deals for Canadian businesses. Over the past year, Canada has secured more than 20 agreements in the form of new economic and security partnerships across 5 continents. In short, countries are choosing Canada. In fact, Canada was ranked the world's most attractive market for infrastructure investment. And I know from my conversations with many of you that you are hearing similar things on the ground as well. And what we will do over the next few days is to continue to craft that foreign policy approach, what it looks like on the ground, meeting with businesses, meeting with investors, ensuring that we are maximizing the economic benefits for the domestic economy. Mais nous sommes ici, pas seulement par un seul pays, mais aussi avec d'autres pays aussi. We know that no country can build resilient supply chains alone. And every country I speak with, and I'm sure you hear it on the ground too, mentions Canada's energy, natural resources, and critical minerals. And I want to spend a moment here to emphasize that in the past year, Canada has signed 56 agreements on critical minerals with more than 10 countries, unlocking over $18 billion in projects, creating jobs for Canadian workers. Mais nous savons que nous devons travailler avec d'autres partenariats, d'autres puissances moyennes pour développer des capacités souveraines, y compris en intelligence artificielle. Et c'est pourquoi nous collaborons avec l'Europe et pourquoi nous avons lancé une initiative trilatérale sur le IA avec l'Australie et l'Inde. We're also exploring ways to create a bridge between the TPP and the EU, a unique diplomatic opportunity for Canada as both an Atlantic and a Pacific nation. How many of you would be involved in a transatlantic partnership between the EU and the TPP, just as a matter of show of hands. Let me see, right? So our diplomatic missions around the world are being engaged with this new foreign policy, not just on that one example, but in terms of ensuring that our economy sees domestic benefits from the work we are doing abroad. Now let me move to defense and security. So it is no secret that we are building, rearming, reinvesting in the Canadian Armed Forces. In this era of great power competition, Canada needs a credible armed forces. Canada needs to ensure that we have the military capabilities that not only ensure the defense and protection of our country, but also contributes to our multilateral alliances. So we met 2% of GDP this year. We are on track to meet 5% of GDP by 2035. And as the last federal budget indicated, we are investing $82 billion into the Canadian Armed Forces, into defense procurements, and into ensuring that the Arctic has the security and protection it needs. And we will do this in conjunction with the Indigenous peoples of this great country. I will say one thing, and I've learned this after having been the Minister of National Defense. In all of this, and especially as we launch a defense industrial strategy, we have to remember that there is no siloed approach any longer in government business. Defense policy is economic policy, is foreign policy. And so whereas historically you might have had less interaction across portfolios, in this moment, our approach internally is integrated, and that reflects in the broader policy that we are implementing. And there's a great example of this, the DSRB. The Defense Security and Resilience Bank, as many of you know, is a pooling mechanism. It's a pooling mechanism for capital, for particularly small and medium-sized enterprises that need to scale up, especially in an era where demand is outstripping supply. And so the DSRB, which Canada is leading and will host, is an excellent example of multilateral coordination, cooperation internationally, and it will ensure that we are working with like-minded countries in allowing small and medium-sized enterprise to build up their capacity and to contribute to the global effort in terms of military procurements. Another example, of course, is the Security Action for Europe initiative. We're the only non-European country to join the SAFE, of course, giving us access to 150 billion euros in lending and borrowing from EU states. On the security and defense front, there is so much more that we can talk about, and hopefully we will in questions. I will mention, however, our work on NATO's eastern flank, our work for the long-term and the short-term support for Ukraine. On the eastern flank front, we've recommitted to Operation Reassurance to 2029. I was recently in Latvia. C'était incroyable de parler avec nos forces armées canadiennes, toujours. But the commitment, especially as we are seeing Russian misinformation and disinformation really impact everyday life in those countries, is absolutely an indication that we need to continue the work that we are doing. And on Ukraine proper, 47,000 Ukrainian Armed Forces members have been trained by the CAF. We've put forward $25.5 billion in multiple forms of aid. As many of you know, we have an initiative to support the return of Ukrainian children. And everywhere I go, whether it's in Kyiv or in Canada, Canadians and Ukrainians alike are thanking me for the work that the government of Canada is doing. And in fact, just yesterday, when I was on Lake Ontario at a local event in my riding, Ukrainians came up to me and said, thank you for the work you're doing, Slava Ukraini. Now I will move to the final section, which is on international assistance and humanitarian aid. And over the course of the past year, of course, we've seen, I couched it in the global landscape is rapidly evolving. What that involves in large mention is graver and graver humanitarian crisis. And as a result, what we need to do as a country that has consistently stood for development assistance, humanitarian aid, and the rights, the human rights of civilian populations around the world has meant that our humanitarian aid is more important than ever. So from Cuba to Haiti, to Sudan, to Gaza, to Lebanon, those are 5 examples just in the past year alone where Canada has stepped up with additional humanitarian aid. And yes, there's always more to do. We will continue to work with international organizations. We will make sure that the Canadian flag is represented on the international stage in this form. In fact, just recently, my counterpart from Jordan called me and said, we're doing an international bridge for aid to Lebanon. We'd like Canada to join, and we're going to have trucks carrying this aid through Syria into Lebanon. And I said, well, I don't think we can get trucks over there, but we will work with you and we will make sure that Canada is participating in this bridge. Another point on international assistance is the idea that Canadian interests are a guide. And this is a set of new guidance that you're going to hear more about over the next few days. We're going to be utilizing our Africa strategy and beyond. We're going to be focusing on productive sectors, workforce development, mobilizing private capital alongside development finance. Et cela signifie aussi travailler plus étroitement au-delà des frontières institutionnelles traditionnelles, le commerce, l'économie politique, les finances et les missions à l'étranger. We're going to make sure that our work abroad is also integrated into the broader foreign policy that I've been laying out today. And of course, at the heart of GAC's mandate to help Canadians, both at home and abroad, is our consular team. Can I just get a round of applause for the consular folks? I mean, oh my goodness. We all are taxed and working hard when there are consular crises, but the consular team is an incredible force in this government. When there are crises, Canadians need to come home. When we need to figure out how we are going to help stranded Canadians who have no options or appear to have no options, we all get into our respective situation rooms. We all get out maps, I am sure, here at HQ, but around the world. And I've been trying on my travels to thank consular teams individually, and I wanted to make sure that they are thanked here today. And many of you are on those teams helping to ensure Canadians are traveling by chartered bus, chartered flights, block bookings on commercial flights, and the list goes on. But that work is fundamentally important to what we do, and I never forget it, and I'm sure you live it every day when we are confronting a crisis as we have been over the past year since I've been in office. So thank you so much for your work. So now let me conclude. Ensemble, notre politique étrangère et notre résilience économique chez nous créent les conditions
ਸੋ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਹੀ ਕਿ ਡੈਨਮਾਰਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੌਂਸੂਲੇਟ ਖੋਲ੍ਹਿਆ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਚੈਲੰਜ ਜਦੋਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਬੜੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਕਬਜ਼ਾ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਾ ਹੈ, ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਾ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ 51st ਸਟੇਟ। ਸੋ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ ਸਟਾਂਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕਾਫੀ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੌਂਸੂਲੇਟਸ ਔਰ ਹਾਈ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਲੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਇੱਥੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨੀਤਾ ਆਨੰਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਉੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੱਸਿਆਵਾਂ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਂਟੀ ਸੈਮਿਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸ਼ਿਕਾਇਤਾਂ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਐਂਟੀ ਸੈਮਿਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਕਾਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਨੱਥ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਾਈ ਜਾਵੇ। ਔਰ ਅੱਜ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ 2 ਵਜੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਕਨੋਮੀ ਥੱਲੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਟੈਕਨੀਕਲ ਰਿਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਐਂਟੀ ਸੈਮਿਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਕੇਸ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਭਾਈਚਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੇਸ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਲੀਡਰ ਨੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਪੀਅਰ ਪੋਲੀਏਵ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਹਿੱਲ ਤੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਬੋਧਿਤ ਕੀਤਾ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਗਏ। ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਨਾ ਦਿਖਾਵਾਂ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਦੀ ਅੱਜ ਆਮਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖੀ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪੀਅਰ ਪੋਲੀਏਵ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਿਹਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹ ਸੁਣ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਔਰ ਐਂਟੀ ਸੈਮਿਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਂਟੀ ਸੈਮਿਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਵੱਧ ਰਿਹਾ, ਅਲਬਰਟਾ ਦੀ ਸੈਪਰੇਟਿਸਟ ਮੂਵਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਿਹਾ। ਲੈਟਸ ਲਿਸਨ ਟੂ ਦੈਟ, ਦੈਨ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਆ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ।
Merci tout le monde. Je vais commencer avec au tarif seul pays, la définition. Il vous a banni les... Il va mettre une casse entre comment, après qu'il a promis, c'est vrai que l'économie a contracté 2 trimestres l'une après l'autre, mais depuis que au cours des plus élevés cas d'insolvabilité dans le G, une technicalité. La mère monoparentale fin et justifiant un débat dur, fort chez nous et sécuritaire chez nous. Thank you very much for being here, everybody. And now in English. France is facing tariffs and global economic uncertainty. France is not in a recession. The United Kingdom is facing tariffs and the global energy price increase. And the United Kingdom is not in recession. Germany and Italy are facing global economic effects and tariffs. They're not in recession. Japan is facing tariffs and the global economic economy. Japan is not in recession. The United States is obviously facing tariffs and global economic factors like high energy prices, and the United States is not in recession. So why is it that only Canada, after a year of Mark Carney, is in a recession today? Well, you could ask him that question, but he won't take any of your questions. He's hiding from you. It was Friday morning that we learned that Canada's economy was the only one in a recession, the only G7 economy. And what has Mark Carney done since? He's been in hiding. Oh, yes, he let you in for 30 seconds to have a little picture of him with the Chinese foreign minister. Then he hid for the rest of the weekend. Today, he's going to let you show up and take a picture of him wearing a hard hat and carrying a hammer around, pretending he's a carpenter. But he won't have time to take questions on how he created the only recession in the G7. Question period, where normally prime ministers go to answer, especially in a moment of crisis, when the economy has fallen into the only recession in the G7. You would expect him to be there, to be accountable, to show his incredible economic brilliance, but he's not showing up for question period either. While Canadians are starving, losing their jobs, and missing mortgage payments, and Mark Carney has created the only G7 economy in a recession, He is hiding from accountability. Now, Liberals are saying it's only a technicality. Sure, it meets the back-to-back declining GDP quarter after quarter definition that you find in any textbook, but that's just an economic fluke. Look at the other data. So let's do that. Let's start with jobs. In the first 3 months of this year alone, under Mark Carney, Canada's lost 112,000 jobs. There are 45,000 more unemployed Canadians than there were when Mark Carney became Prime Minister. We have the second highest unemployment in the G7, a third higher than in the US. Let's move from there to business investment. Remember all the investment Mark Carney was going to bring us? For 5 consecutive quarters, investment has declined in Canada. There's $20 billion in net investment that has left since he took office. In fact, there's been, when it comes to investment, we have the worst investment per capita of any country in the G7 under his leadership. And by the way, that stacks on top of the $1 trillion of net investment that had already left in the prior 10 years of the Liberal government. And that investment then flows into people's ability to pay their bills. So let's look at that. Equifax put out a data last week showing that insolvency rates have now reached their highest level since 2009, up 19% year over year under Carney. 1.5 million Canadians missed a minimum debt payment in the first 3 months of this year. Mortgage delinquency rates are up a third in 1 year. And Canada under Carney has the worst household debt of any country in the G7. Just today, the Food Bank's Canada report came out showing, and I'm quoting, something fundamental has shifted in Canada. 1/4 of people are food insecure. That's 1 in 4 people who struggle to access the food they need to be at their best. This sharp rise in food insecurity is not a surprise to the Food Bank network, which has seen demand increase year over year, with visits doubling across Canada since 2020. A country cannot be strong and resilient when so many people are struggling to pay their essentials. Too many people have incomes that do not meet the cost of living. For one thing, a job is no longer enough to ensure a reliable pathway to stability. Keeping up with rising food costs has become more difficult, even for those who are employed, who now make up 1 in 5 food bank clients. 4 in 10 Canadians are now spending more than 30% of their income on housing. And that number is the threshold to determine that they cannot afford the homes in which they live. The share of people reporting difficulty in accessing care rose steadily from 19% in 2023 to 24% in 2026. So Mr. Carney says we're not in a real recession. He sent out his Liberal commentators and economists to say it's just a technicality. Mr. Carney, I have a question for you, and I hope that you'll have the courage to actually look Canadians in the eyes today and be accountable for your recession. The single mother who has to turn back items at the grocery checkout because she can't afford to pay for them, are you going to tell her that her hunger is just a technicality? Are you going to say to the man who goes home to his kids in Windsor tonight to say that he's lost his job and they're going to have to sell the home, that's only technical? Are you going to tell that young couple that work every day but still can't move out of that 400 square foot apartment that their inability to own a home is just technical? Or are you going to own up for the recession that you created and get into the House of Commons and do your job to reverse the Liberal policies that have made us the only economy with a recession in the G7? We as Conservatives are here to work. We have a plan to reverse the Liberal recession, get rid of the anti-development laws, cut the red tape to unlock our businesses so that they can grow higher and pay more wages, cut the bureaucracy, the consultants, the foreign aid, the handouts to phony refugees, the corporate welfare to Liberal insiders, close the tax loopholes that Mark Carney uses to avoid paying his taxes so that we can reduce them for everyone. Use that money to bring down inflationary deficits, taxes. Let's cut taxes on work, investment, savings, home building, and energy so that we can unlock our economy and be the fastest growing in the G7. That is how we're going to make Canada affordable at home, secure at home, and strong at home. Thank you.
Going back into anti-Semitism, what would you like to hear from the Prime Minister this evening?
He should start with a big apology. We've seen, after a decade of Liberal government, a nearly 200% increase in hate crimes. The Liberal Party is set to divide Canadians one against the other. They have let in terrorists and anti-Semites through our policy of open borders. Their soft on crime policies allow violent anti-Semites to be released back onto the streets to terrorize Jewish communities. And then liberals have stoked this anti-Semitism by saying one thing in a synagogue and then saying exactly the opposite in a mosque to divide the communities against each other. Mark Carney should lay out an apology to the Jewish community for the violence, the terror, and the fear that his party and his government have allowed to happen over the last decade. We need to secure our borders against immigration, against illegal immigration, against allowing terrorists into this country. We need to deport visitors who are participating in these acts of terror and violence on our streets. We need the government to condemn anti-Semitism in all of its forms. And we need to bring in real tough new laws that lock up violent criminals who target Jews and others. Oh, by the way, I should also add, we should get rid of the 700 IRGC officials that Global News says are in Canada, because much of the anti-Semitism is being fomented by Iranian government officials that are dividing our communities and acting dangerously on our streets. Mark Carney's government has only deported one IRGC official, even though we know there are at least 700 here. He should do his job, get CBSA, the RCMP, and the other law enforcement to kick these terrorists out of our country.
Is anti-Zionism a form of anti-Semitism, sir? Just a follow-up on anti-Semitism. Is anti-Zionism inherently anti-Semitic?
Well, I think some of the rhetoric that liberals have used on that subject has stoked division and has led to some of the violence that we have seen on our streets. So I would encourage liberals to stop the divisive rhetoric and work on uniting Canadians. I know the Liberal Party survives and thrives on divide and conquer politics. That's not what we need. We need to unite Canadians around our values of freedom, of acceptance, and of treating everybody with respect. Madame,
Monsieur Poilievre, est-ce que le gouvernement agit trop tard sur le front de l'antisémitisme?
Monsieur Carney devrait commencer en s'excusant pour son parti qui a permis à l'antisémitisme d'élargir. Les politiques libéraux ont divisé un groupe contre l'autre. Leur politique d'immigration massive sans contrôle qui permet des terroristes, des criminels, des antisémites de venir au Canada a contribué à la violence. On a vu une augmentation dans les crimes liés à la haine, a augmenté de plus de 100%. Et moi, je pense que M. Carney devrait s'excuser au nom de son parti pour avoir causé ce phénomène. On doit renverser la politique, on devrait renforcer nos frontières, empêcher des terroristes et des antisémites de venir au Canada, mettre des criminels en prison en éliminant les lois libérales et expulser les membres de l'accord islamique de l'Iran, dont il y a 700 ici au Canada, qui provoquent la violence contre les Juifs et des gens perses ici au Canada. On devrait rétablir les valeurs canadiennes, ce qui permettent la tolérance et la liberté pour tous les groupes.
What do you think? What would the impact on Alberta be if the province decides to separate?
Well, it would be bad for both Alberta and Canada, and it really makes me reflect on the fact that 10 years ago, under the Conservative government of which I was a part, support for separation was zero. In fact, there have only been 3 referendums to separate from Canada, and they've all happened under Liberal governments. When Conservatives are in power, we unite the country. In fact, even in Quebec, 10 years ago under Stephen Harper, the separatist movement was wiped out. Le Parti Québécois and the Bloc Québécois were on their last leg. But 10 years of divide and conquer, centralist Liberal government that seeks to control everything in Ottawa has reignited those divisions. And Mr. Carney's got to start to take responsibility. He's the Prime Minister. It's his job to unite the country, not to wag his fingers, but to actually bring people together and explain how he's going to make Albertans, Quebecers, and all Canadians fully united in this country.
On trips within the United States have 3 rounds of trade talks set. They've wrapped up the first one. What do you think about where Canada is? And if you were Prime Minister, what specifically would you do on that file?
Well, where is Mark Carney on trade with the U.S.? Nobody knows. I mean, and depends what time of day you ask. I mean, one day he says he wants a full and complete rupture with the United States. The next day he says he wants to make America, in his words, great again. So which is it? He says one day that he thinks integration has made us subservient, and then another he says he wants more integration. Mark Carney's been hiding from the negotiating table for the last 6 months while the Mexicans have been eating our lunch. As Mr. Carney likes to say, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And right now, because Carney's been hiding from the negotiating table, he's made all of us on the menu while Mexico and the United States advance their interests at our expense. Frankly, I'm the only leader who actually has published a plan to deal with the Canada-US renegotiations. I've said we need to build up our leverage, which includes our natural resources of oil and minerals, create a national reserve of those minerals, and then tell the Americans that they could potentially have privileged access to buy those minerals in times of need in exchange for tariff-free access to their markets. My mission will be a tariff-free trade arrangement, tariff-free on autos, aluminum, steel, lumber, and everything else, reciprocal free trade, using our resources as leverage in order to get that. And that is what we need to get to do right now because the Mexicans are eating our lunch.
Est-ce que vous pensez que c'est grâce à vous que M. Carney fait une annonce pour annoncer des mesures au sujet de l'antisémitisme ce soir? Est-ce que c'est grâce à vous, votre pression?
Probablement. J'ai mis beaucoup de pression pour défendre la communauté juive depuis longtemps. En même temps, on n'a pas besoin des annonces et des discours. Je sais que M. Carney aime ça, donner des discours. On a besoin des résultats. On a besoin des synagogues qui ne sont pas ciblées par des tirs de fusil et les feux. On a besoin d'un Canada où les Juifs peuvent fièrement montrer leur foi et leur tradition sans crainte. C'est le résultat dont on a besoin, pas des annonces et pas encore un autre discours de Mark Carney.
AI investment in infrastructure development has been credited with keeping the U.S. economy out of a recession. The government's AI strategy is expected to come out this week. Do you think Canada needs to focus more on attracting AI investment and infrastructure development to try to achieve similar results for our economy?
Well, I think Mark Carney and the Liberals need to get out of the way. What will bring the AI infrastructure? Affordable energy. If you do, for example, a ChatGPT search, it consumes about 9 times more electricity than a Google search. These massive data centers require enormous amounts of energy, which means that we have to expand natural gas, nuclear, and hydroelectricity. What's standing in the way of that? The answer is a costly liberal regulatory regime that blocks things from getting built. We need to repeal C-69, get rid of the industrial carbon tax so that we can power the future of data centers and compute and become a superpower in both resources and AI.
What do you make of Carolyn Finlay's victory in BC, and what does it mean for your federal party and BC politics in the future?
Well, I congratulated Leader Finlay on her victory. I want to thank her for her very public and consistent support of me and my leadership over many years, something she did emphasize during her leadership race. And I think that what British Columbians want from her leadership is what she ran on and what Canada needs. We need an affordable British Columbia with safe streets, where the economy is self-reliant. We need to lock up criminals, cut back on the cost of government, reduce deficits, ban drugs, support parental rights, all things that Caroline Finlay ran on, and I hope that she succeeds.
Can I ask you on the economy?
For the U.S.
USMCA July 1st review, and what's your expectation out of Dominic LeBlanc, who is headed to Washington this week?
Well, I've already told you how we're preparing. We published a very clear plan to get a tariff-free agreement. I've already did an extensive tour of the United States to win support for tariff-free trade. Frankly, I've done a lot more in opposition than Mr. Carney's been doing in government to promote tariff-free trade. I don't have any expectations for Dominic LeBlanc's trip. He does these trips where he goes and socializes and comes back empty-handed. Yet while the Mexicans have been in formal talks for 6 months, Mark Carney has been gallivanting around giving speeches filled with dazzling buzzwords that achieve nothing but the worst economy in the G7. Unfortunately, right now, all we have is a gigantic liberal recession here at home and no tariff-free access abroad.
Sir, on the economy, can I ask you, on your position on the economy, the polls show that despite your bleak picture that you're painting, Canadians trust Mark Carney to deal with the economy, to address jobs. So why do you think that is? Why do you think that despite what you're saying, your pitch is not resonating with them?
Well, it is, and I think what's going to happen is the illusion of Mark Carney is very quickly going to collide with the reality of Mark Carney. And that reality is that he is the only G7 leader who has put his economy into a recession. He's the only G7 leader whose economy has shrunk in 3 of the last 4 quarters. He's the only G7 leader whose economy is smaller today than it was a year ago. He leads the economy with the worst household debt, the worst housing costs, and the worst food price inflation. That is the real record of Mark Carney. It is not the illusion presented in the media, but it is the reality. And I think in the long-term run, reality will collide with the illusion. One last question.
Should Canada buy?
You're all shouting at me. Wait a sec here. You're all, whoa, wait. You're all shouting at me. How many questions have I taken? Is anybody keeping count? Can somebody know? Wait a sec here. How many questions? We're seeing 8. If I could, I just want to point the 8 questions, which is 8 questions more than Mark Carney has taken. Sorry, go ahead.
NDP leader Avi Lewis made the call on Friday for Canada to send a humanitarian export of oil to Cuba. What do you make of that call and the situation in Cuba?
Well, our oil is for sale on the international market. We expect to be paid for it. We're not donating our oil to a communist regime. So
Should we buy all 88 of the F-35s, or should we split the contract?
Once again, I think we need to stop the political theater, and the Prime Minister needs to get down to the negotiating table, get a tariff-free deal, get it done, because we've lost 112,000 jobs in the first 3 months of this year. We had the only G7 economy in recession. It's time to put the illusions aside and get some results. Thank you.
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਇੱਥੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋਈ ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵਾਵਾ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਖਿੱਚਿਆ। ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਲਾਈਵ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਆਇਆ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ। ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ? ਆਈ ਐਮ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ਡ। Is there some issue going on? I don't know. Let me just fix this. क्यों नहीं आखिरकार चल रहा? And then again करके save करके मैं चलाना। I'll try कि जी हो जाए। ਸੋ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਆਪਾਂ ਹਾਂ ਚੱਲ ਪਿਆ ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ ਤੇ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਫॉर एवरीबॉडी। ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਇਟਸ ਵਰਕਿੰਗ ਨਾਓ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ ਤੇ ਲਾਈਵ ਚੱਲ ਗਿਆ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ। Just give me 1 second. Yes, Facebook ਦਾ ਲਾਈਵ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਚੱਲ ਗਿਆ। ਥੈਂਕਸ एवरीवन। ਅੱਛਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਯਾਨੀ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਦੀ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਾਂ ਕਿ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਤਹਿਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਜੋ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਲਾਈਵ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਵਿਜ਼ੂਅਲਸ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਤਹਿਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕੀ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। Let me just show it with you. Just give me only 1 minute. ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਫਿਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਜਸਟ 1 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮੈਸੇजेस ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਬੈਕ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅਜੇ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਕੱਲ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਇਹ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਛੱਡਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਟਾਕਸ ਆਰ ਕੰਟੀਨਿਊਇੰਗ ਐਟ ਅ ਰੈਪਿਡ ਪੇਸ ਵਿਦ ਦ ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਆਫ ਇਰਾਨ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਫॉर योर ਅਟੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਟੂ ਦਿਸ ਮੈਟਰ। ਔਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੜਾ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ। ਦਿਸ ਵਨ, they have a very productive call with the Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. There will be no troops going to Beirut, and any troops that are on their way have already been turned back. Likewise, through highly placed representatives, I had a very good call with Hezbollah, and they agreed that all shooting will stop. The Israel will not attack them, and they will not attack Israel. ਇਹ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਕਹੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਗੱਲ ਚੱਲ ਪਵੇ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਗੱਲ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਚੱਲ ਪਵੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਝਗੜਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਇਹ ਚੱਲ ਪੈਣ। ਆਈ ਕਾਂਟ ਸੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਠੀਕ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਤਹਿਰਾਨ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਸਿੱਧੀ, ਤਹਿਰਾਨ ਤੋਂ ਔਰ ਤਹਿਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਕੁਝ ਇਲਾਕੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਜਾਊਂਗਾ। ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਜੋ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਹਾਂ ਤਹਿਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ। That's what is going on in Tehran. ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਲਾਈਵ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤਹਿਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ। ਤਹਿਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਇਫਸ਼ਾਨ ਔਰ ਦੂਜੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਹ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ। ਐਂਡ ਆਈਲ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਵਾਂ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਹੈ, ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ, ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਅੱਜ, ਉਹ ਆਹ ਸੀ। ਇਹ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਹੀ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕਿ last night at 11 p.m. Eastern Time, US forces successfully intercepted 2 Iranian ballistic ballistic missiles targeting American forces based in Kuwait. These missiles were immediately defeated and no American personnel were harmed. US Central Command remains vigilant and will continue to protect our forces from Iranian aggression while supporting the ongoing ceasefire. ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਏ ਆ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਸੋ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਨਿਗਾਹ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਡੋਨਲਡ ਜੇ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਕਹੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਤਾਂ ਇਹੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਬੀਬੀ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੈਂਜਾਮਿਨ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ ਨੇ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਚੰਗੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੀ ਉਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਰੁਕ ਗਏ? ਵੱਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਇਹ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਉਹ ਰੁਕ ਗਏ ਆ ਉੱਥੇ। ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਕੀ ਉਹ ਰੁਕ ਗਏ ਆ? ਆਈ ਕਾਂਟ ਸੇ, ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਅਜੇ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨਵਾਫ ਸਲਾਮ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਨੂੰ ਅਕਿਊਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਹ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੀਅਲ ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ ਉਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਵੱਲ ਚੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੇ। US ਦੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸਟ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਠੀਕ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ ਹੈ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਗਲਤ ਕੰਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਆ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਏ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਿਆ ਜਾਏ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਦੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਲਾਈਵ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਾਂ ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਏ, ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਸਮਝਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰੀਏ ਕਿ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੋ ਕੀ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਕਾਨ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ US ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਧਰੋਂ ਈਰਾਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੀਡੀਆ, ਇਰਾਨੀ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਵਿਚ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਐਜ਼ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਾਂ। ਦੈਟਸ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼। ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਇਰਾਨੀ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਹੈ, ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ, ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ। ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਹੈ, ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਆਫ ਈਰਾਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੋਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਫਰੋਮ ਦ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਖਤਮ ਅਲ ਅਨਬੀਆ ਹੈਡਕੁਆਰਟਰਸ ਟੂ ਦ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟਸ ਆਫ ਆਕਿਊਪਾਈਡ ਟੈਰੀਟਰੀਜ਼। ਸਰਦਾਰ ਕਾਨੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਪਾਇਆ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਿਊ ਮਿਸਚੀਫ ਆਫ ਦ ਜ਼ਾਇਨਿਸਟ ਵਿਲ ਟਰਨ Bab al-Mandab into a Strait of Hormuz like situation. The Zionist mischief in Lebanon and Gaza. ਆਪਾਂ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬੈਂਜਾਮਿਨ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ ਨਾਲ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਰੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੋਕ ਦਿਓ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਫੌਜਾਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਰੋਕ ਦਿਓ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਪਸ ਬੁਲਾ ਲਓ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ Zionist mischief in Lebanon and Gaza under the shadow of American support will solidify the resolve of the resistance axis to expand support, take action to activate other fronts and align the traffic situation of the Bab al-Mandab Strait with that of Strait of Hormuz. ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ Strait of Hormuz ਦਾ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਹੈ ਉਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ Bab al-Mandab Strait ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਣ ਜਾਣੇ ਆ। ਅਰਬੀ ਚ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਹੈ, ਵਾਰ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਹੈ ਅਰਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਮੁਸਾਲਾਸ ਦਾ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲੀ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ
دومین استعفای پزشکیان در کمتر از یک ماه. پزشکیان اومده اعلام کناره‌گیری کرده.
یه مقام آگاه در گفتگو ਮਾਫ ਪਰਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਟਰੰਪ after backtracking on his support for Israel's attack on Iran claimed that negotiations with Iran are continuing at a rapid pace. ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਆਹ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਟਰੰਪ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੈਕ ਟਰੈਕ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਅਟੈਕ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਲੇਮ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਨੈਗੋਸ਼ੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਇਰਾਨ ਆਰ ਕੰਟੀਨਿਊਇੰਗ ਐਟ ਅ ਰੈਪਿਡ ਪੇਸ। ਇਹ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਜੇ ਟਰੰਪ ਦਾ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਨਾਲ ਆ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਆ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਸੋ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਲੇਮਸ ਨੂੰ ਆ ਦੇਖੋ, Trump's claim about Israel halting attacks on Lebanon following Iran's warning. Trump announced that after a conversation with Netanyahu, Iran had warned that in event of Israeli attack on Daya, residents of northern occupied territories should evacuate the area. Statement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs regarding the continuous violation of ceasefire by Zionist regime and America. Zionist regime ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ Israeli forces ਨੂੰ, Israeli ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਰਬੀ ਜਾਂ ਫਾਰਸੀ ਹੈ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ the direct responsibility of America both in the violation of the ceasefire against Iran and in the violation of the ceasefire by the Israeli regime against Lebanon is established, and the responsibility for the consequence and repercussions of the situation lies with America. ਇਹ ਵੀ ਅਰਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਫਿਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਪੋਸਟਪੋਨ ਦਾ ਅਟੈਕ ਔਨ ਬੇਰੂਟ ਦਾਈਆ ਜ਼ਾਇਨਿਸਟ ਰਜੀਮ, ਔਰ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ IRGC ਦੇ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਲਾਈਵ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੈਬਸਾਈਟ ਤੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਉਹ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤਹਿਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲ ਕੀ ਰਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਕਈ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਜੇ ਕੇਵਲ ਬਿਆਨਬਾਜ਼ੀਆਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਕੇਵਲ ਬਿਆਨਬਾਜ਼ੀਆਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਕਈ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਡੀਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਕਲੈਪਸ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਈ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਅਜੇ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਸਮਝ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੈ। IRIB ਜਿਵੇਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਨਾ, ਉਦਾਂ ਹੀ IRIB ਦੀ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਰਾਤ ਹੈ, ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ 2-2 3-3 ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀਆਂ ਇਹੀ 2 ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਦਿਸ ਵਨ ਐਂਡ ਦਿਸ ਵਨ, ਇਹੀ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੇਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਉਹ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਬਟ ਆਈ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਇਹ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ, ਬਹੁਤ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਅਜੀਬੋ ਗਰੀਬ ਜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕਰੰਟ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਨਾ ਬੈਰੂਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰੰਟ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਫਿਗਰ ਆਊਟ ਇਫ ਆਈ ਕੈਨ ਪਲੇ ਸਮਥਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਮੰਨਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ 1 second, ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਦਾ ਅਗਰੀਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ US ਪ੍ਰਪੋਜ਼ਲ ਤੇ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੋ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਕੀ ਬਣੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਣਾ ਜੋ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਲਾਈਵ ਬੈਰੂਤ ਦਾ ਹਾਲ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ One sec. ਜੋ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਲਾਈਵ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਬੈਰੂਤ ਦਾ ਬੈਰੂਤ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਐਂਡ ਵਿਲ try to discuss from there. That's live, Lebanon ਤੋਂ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਹਮਲਾ ਨਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਹਿਤਾ ਟਰੰਪ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਬਟ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਵਾ ਕਿ ਜੇਕਰ ਕਿਤੋਂ ਐਸੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਲੈਟਸ ਸੇ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਇਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ IRIB ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ IRIB ਹੈ ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਆਫ ਇਰਾਨ ਬ੍ਰੌਡਕਾਸਟਿੰਗ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਅਲ ਜਜ਼ੀਰਾ ਵਰਗਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਅਗਰੀ ਕਰ ਗਿਆ to reciprocal cessation of attacks. Let me check in the ਕੀ ਨਾਮ ਹੈ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ I have to confirm it. ਆਇਆ ਜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸੀ ਦੀ। Give me only 1 second. I'm going to share it live with you. ਜਿਵੇਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਲਾਈਵ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲਾਈਵ ਹੀ ਦਿਖਾਣਾ। ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸੀ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ? That's what their presidency is saying. ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ official page ਹੈ Lebanese presidency. Again, the statement issued by Lebanese embassy in Washington in the context of the efforts exerted by the Lebanese state to preserve stability and spare Lebanon further escalation, and in the wake of the call that took place between the President of the Republic, General Joseph Aoun, and the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the Lebanese authorities received confirmation of Hezbollah's agreement to the US proposal, which calls for a reciprocal cessation of attacks. Under the proposed arrangement, Israeli strikes on Beirut's southern suburbs will cease in exchange for Hezbollah refraining from carrying out attacks against Israel, with the ceasefire framework to be expanded to encompass all Lebanese territories. Later, President Donald Trump held a call with Lebanon's ambassador to the United States, Nada Mawad, and informed her that he had obtained the approval of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for the proposed arrangement. Ambassador Mawad relayed the outcomes of the discussion to the President Aoun, who in turn notified Hezbollah of them. So ਆਪਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ through channels ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ. The scheduled negotiation meeting on Tuesday and Wednesday are set to convene to discuss the progress and build upon it. So ਇਹ ਅੱਗੋਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਕੱਲ ਔਰ ਪਰਸੋਂ ਵੀ ਹੋਣੀਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਲੈਬਨੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸੀ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਲਾਈਵ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ. ਸੋ ਥਿੰਗਸ ਆਰ ਮੂਵਿੰਗ ਅਹੈਡ, ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਫॉर श्योर. ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਕਿ talks are continuing, and at the same time, just before that, few minutes before that, he posted this ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, I had a productive call with Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel, and there will be no troops going to Beirut, and any troops that are on their way have already been turned back. ਇਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਜੇ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ. At the same time, ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੀ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਾਸ਼ਿੰਗਟਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਐਮਬੈਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਕਿਹਨੇ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ, ਕਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀਤੀ, ਐਂਡ ਅਲਟੀਮੇਟਲੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਦੋਹੇ ਧਿਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਹਮਲਾ ਨਾ ਕਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਮੰਨੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ. ਬਟ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੈਰੂਤ ਦੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੀ ਕੰਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਲਾਈਵ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੰਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਨਿਗਾਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਾਂਗੇ. ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ ਇੱਕ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਉੱਡ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਲਾਈਵ, ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾ ਸਕਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਦੇਖੋ. ਆਮ ਨਾਟ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਇਹ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਹੈ. ਸੀਮਸ ਲਾਈਕ ਇਟਸ ਅ ਪਲੇਨ, but it's a live from Beirut. It's live telecast from Beirut, city of Lebanon. So plane ਜਿਹਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਉੱਡ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਨਿਕਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਲੋਕ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੇਟੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਖਾਣਾ ਖਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ, whatever ਜੋ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ. ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਕ ਖਬਰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਦੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਆਪਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੀ ਕਨਫਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਦੋਹੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ. ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਫॉर श्योर. Let me ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਆ ਬੀਬੀ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ ਦੀ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਫ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਹੈ ਬੈਨ ਗਵੀਰ, ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਪਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਬੈਨ ਗਵੀਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਪੋਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲਾਈਵ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਤੋਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਦਿਖਾਊਂਗਾ। ਆਈ ਵਾਂਟ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਾਈਵ ਦੇਖੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਤੋਂ। ਇਹ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲੀ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਫ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਹੈ, ਚੇਅਰਮੈਨ ਆਫ ਔਟਸਮਾ ਯਹੂਦਿਟ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਜੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਲੋਟੀਲਾ ਫੜਿਆ ਸੀ, ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫਲੋਟੀਲਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਏ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ ਐਕਟਿਵਿਸਟ ਸੋ ਕਾਲਡ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਕੁੱਟਮਾਰ ਕੀਤੀ, ਬੈਡ ਬਿਹੇਵੀਅਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਐਂਡ ਹੀ ਵਾਸ ਵਨ ਆਫ ਦੈਮ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਰਿਕਾਰਡ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਬੈਨ ਗਵੀਰ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਫ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਹੈ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ। ਹਿਬਰੂ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ 'ਚ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ, ਹਿਬਰੂ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ 'ਚ। ਸੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਪਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ, ਇਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ, you said that a strong prime minister tells the president of United States yes when possible and no when necessary. This is the time to tell our friend President Trump no. Now is the time to do what is required and necessary to strike Hezbollah, to unleash the hands of our fighters and to restore security to the north. ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਹ ਟਾਈਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਕੀਏ। ਹਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਤੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਕਰਨੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ। What is required and necessary to strike Hezbollah. ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਔਰ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰ ਹੈ, ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਦਾ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਫ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੂੰ, ਬੈਂਜਾਮਿਨ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ ਨੂੰ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਪੋਸੀਬਲ ਹੈ ਉਦੋਂ ਯੈਸ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ, ਔਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਉਦੋਂ ਨੋ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਾਓ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਟਾਈਮ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਦੋਸਤ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਕਹਿ ਦਈਏ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਮਾਂ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰਾਉਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਤੇ ਸਟ੍ਰਾਈਕ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਫਾਈਟਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਖੋਲ ਦਈਏ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਤਾਕਤ ਦਈਏ ਟੂ ਰਿਸਟੋਰ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਟੂ ਦ ਨਾਰਥ, ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਰਥ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮਜ਼ਬੂਤ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ, ਰੀਸਟੋਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ। ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੀ ਕੈਬਨਿਟ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਫ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ, ਦੈਟਸ ਦ ਗਾਈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਹਮਲੇ ਬਰਕਰਾਰ ਰੱਖੋ। ਦੈਟਸ ਦ ਗਾਈ, ਹਮਲੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬਰਕਰਾਰ ਰੱਖੋ ਜੀ, ਇਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਐਜ਼ ਆਈ ਸ਼ੋਡ ਯੂ, ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਨਾ, ਹਜੇ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਚੱਲਣ ਦਿਓ। ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਵਧੀਆ ਨਾ ਮੰਨ ਰਹੇ ਹੋਣ। ਆਈ ਕਾਂਟ ਸੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਰੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਮੰਨ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਹਿਮਤ ਆ। ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਸਿਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਧਰ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਸੇ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਇਸੇ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਇਹ ਵੀ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ। ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਾਂਗੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਆਈ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਸਿਸ ਤੇ ਔਰ ਰੋਮਾਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਸਿਸ ਤੇ UN ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਲਾਈਵ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਤੇ ਯੂਕਰੇਨ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ। Let me post it here.
NATO it later emerged that the missile in question was
The
in fact
United
a
Nations
Ukrainian
Security
S-300
Council meeting.
system, and this sharply changed the tone of Western statements. Certainty vanished immediately, and loud accusations gave way to very cautious statements. But the most important thing never happened. We never heard either condemnation of the Kiev regime's actions, nor any acknowledgement that its irresponsible actions could have brought Europe to the brink of a far more dangerous scenario. None of those who automatically blamed Russia for everything faced any political accountability for their hasty and unfounded accusations, and no one ever demanded an explanation from Kiev. The incident in Galați is far from an isolated case. The geographic spread of Ukrainian rockets and UAVs across Europe continues to expand, affecting Poland, Romania, Latvia, Lithuania, and Finland. Ukrainian drones falling in these countries, because of which some governments were even forced to resign, is something that remains on the periphery of the Security Council's attention. Blame is routinely placed on Russia, but European leaders fail to recognize that this is a natural consequence of their own policies. Each such new case is a direct result of their destructive course of arming the Kiev regime and encouraging further escalation. And then after some time has passed, it turns out that yet another Russian trace turned out to be a Ukrainian one, in fact, but Western governments prefer to keep this silent and avoid convening Security Council meetings because condemning Kiev for them would mean acknowledging their own responsibility. Madam President, given the Security Council's busy agenda, we believe it is important to use this meeting to draw attention to a truly important issue related to the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. Just 2 days ago, Kiev regime fighters used fiber optic guided drones to strike the turbine hall building of the plant's sixth power unit. They pierced the metal section of the facade of the machine room, and it was only by sheer luck that the reactor compartment, which was located 10 meters away from the explosion, was left undamaged. IA inspectors who arrived on the scene confirmed that there was a strike against the plant. We call on Security Council members to issue a principled and objective assessment of the reckless actions of the Kiev regime, which creates the threat of a catastrophic radioactive contamination, potentially not only for Russia and Ukraine, but a number of European states. And this is not the first time that the nuclear power plant has come under fire from the Ukrainian armed forces. Attacks have been going on for a long time, both against the plant itself and the city of Enerhodar. One would think that this is precisely where European states would be most concerned, yet we see neither emergency statements from Brussels nor urgent meetings of European leaders, nor demands that Kiev cease its actions. This is yet another indicator that EU countries are deliberately and purely for political reasons turning a blind eye to the crimes of the Zelensky regime. However, if a catastrophe were to occur, no one will be able to sit it out safely. Radioactive contamination knows no state borders. Its consequences will affect the entire European continent. The reaction of the UN Secretariat and the IAEA to this is particularly bewildering. They're trying to have it both ways, expressing concern and speaking of the need to exercise restraint and avoid escalation. These vague statements and unsubstantiated calls for peace are incapable of dampening the current level of escalation. Unfortunately, they not only create an atmosphere of impunity and permissiveness, they push the Kiev regime towards new crimes as well. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por la declaración.
Thank you very much to the representative of the Russian Federation for that statement. And I now give the floor to the representative of Bahrain.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. بداية
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Colombia on its presidency of the Council this month. We wish you every success. I also thank the People's Republic of China for their valuable efforts during their presidency of the Council last month. I would also like to thank Ms. Kayako Goto, Director of the Europe and Central Asia Division in the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, for her enriching briefing. We also welcome the participation of Her Excellency Oana Tui, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, as well as the other participants in this meeting. President, the Kingdom of Bahrain has followed the reports regarding the repercussions of the Russia-Ukraine war in neighboring countries, particularly in Romania, with deep concern. We are particularly concerned by civilian victims. This recent escalation is only the latest phase in a war that has lasted now for 5 years. The Kingdom of Bahrain stresses the imperative of abstaining from attacks on civilian objects and critical infrastructure. There is a need to exercise wisdom and restraint while respecting the rules of international humanitarian law and ensuring the protection of civilian populations under all circumstances. President, the Kingdom of Bahrain warns of the dangers posed by the use of drones in armed conflicts, particularly given the increasing escalation and damage that they cause, particularly when their effects extend beyond the parties to the conflict and affect other countries. This is something that could undermine peace and stability and security on the European continent. In this regard, the Kingdom of Bahrain reaffirms the absolute need to abide by international law, including international humanitarian law, and to take all the necessary measures to protect civilians and civilian objects. The continuation of the current approach would only further complicate existing crises and undermine international efforts aimed at achieving de-escalation and finding peaceful solutions to conflicts. President, we reiterated what was stated by the Secretary General of the United Nations during the Council's meeting last week, when he said that the trajectory of the war towards further escalation threatens to spin out of control. Such escalations undermine all diplomatic efforts aimed at reducing tensions and bringing the war to an end. They may also prolong a conflict whose cost is borne primarily by civilians. That is why the Kingdom of Bahrain emphasizes the need to intensify diplomatic efforts to put an end to this war in Ukraine in a manner that supports peace initiatives and reinforces security and stability in Europe, while taking into account the security concerns of all parties, as well as neighboring states. And this to achieve a sustainable solution that restores peace and security in Europe. To conclude, President, the Kingdom of Bahrain reaffirms its unwavering position in support of the peaceful settlement of disputes. We support regional and international efforts aimed at finding a political, comprehensive, and lasting solution to put an end to the Russian-Ukraine war through dialogue and negotiations in line with the principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much to the representative of Bahrain. I now give the floor to the representative of Panama. Thank you very much, Madam President. Firstly, allow me to congratulate you on assuming the presidency of the Council for June, and also congratulate China for their work during the month of May. We'd like to thank Ms. Goto, Director for Europe, Central Asia and the Americas in the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, for her briefing on the events that occurred in Romania on the night of the 28th to the 29th of May, which we strongly condemn. We acknowledge the participation of the distinguished delegations joining us in the chamber, and we cordially would like to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Iona Silvia Toiu, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania. Well, we're meeting once again in response to an incident that heightens the alarm and concern of the majority of Security Council members regarding the conflict in Ukraine. The prolongation and intensification of this war not only worsens the situation in the territory directly affected, but also extends its destabilizing consequences to the region as a whole, creating a growing risk to international security. What occurred in Romania is not an isolated incident. The Security Council has previously addressed the incursion of drones into neighboring states in the context of the conflict in Ukraine. This is a trend that is becoming increasingly concerning because of its recurrence and because of its scope. The limited control and precision capabilities of unmanned systems significantly increase the risks associated with their use in armed conflict situations. In this regard, states that deploy such systems must assume enhanced responsibility in accordance with international humanitarian law and must be held accountable for any damage resulting from their use, particularly when civilians are affected. Madam President, the war in Ukraine cannot continue along this spiral of consequences for the civilian population, both within and beyond its borders. The parties must urgently halt the cycle of violence and move toward an immediate and unconditional ceasefire that would significantly de-escalate this conflict. We call upon those who maintain influence and the confidence of the parties to continue their mediation efforts and strengthen channels of dialogue at the highest level. It is essential to consolidate diplomatic and political efforts, leading to a solution that is consistent with international law and the Charter of the United Nations, so that, finally, after 4 years, peace may be restored between the parties. Thank you.
Gracias.
I thank the representative of Panama, and I now give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, my delegation congratulates you on the assumption of the presidency for the month of June. We also commend the exemplary leadership of the Chinese presidents in the able manner in which they have guided the Council's work last month. We thank Ms. Goto for her comprehensive update on the deeply concerning development unfolding in Eastern European region. We also welcome the presence of Her Excellency Ms. Toiu, Foreign Minister of Romania, in today's meeting. Madam President, the reported situation continues to be a great concern and carries serious implications for regional stability and international norms, underscoring the fragility and volatility of the current security environment. Furthermore, divergent narratives underscore the urgency of the situation and the critical need for diplomacy and dialogue. The protection of civilian and critical infrastructure is a fundamental obligation enshrined under international humanitarian law. Continued escalation only serves to heighten tensions and undermine peace, stability in the region. In this regard, we call upon all parties to exercise maximum restraint to prevent further miscalculations. A durable resolution will require a genuine commitment to de-escalation and renewed focus on diplomatic efforts. Madam President, to conclude, my delegation reaffirms its unwavering support for all efforts to uphold the principles of international law and to achieve just and lasting solution consistent with the United Nations Charter. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the representative of Somalia. And I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Director Goto, for your briefing today. We welcome in the Council Romania's Foreign Minister, Ms. Oana Silvia Țoiu. Colleagues, we condemn the reckless incursion of a Russian military drone which crossed into Romanian airspace and struck a Romanian apartment building, injuring multiple people. The United States stands with its NATO ally Romania. Our thoughts are with the injured and all affected in Galați. As we have said before, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. The incident further underscores why the Russia-Ukraine war must immediately end. The United States reiterates its call for an immediate and comprehensive ceasefire as a step towards a durable, negotiated end to the war. The war must stop. The United States remains ready to do whatever possible to immediately end the Russia-Ukraine war for good. Thank you.
I would like to thank the representative of the United States for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Liberia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. And taking the floor for the first time under your presidential gavel, Liberia congratulates the Colombian delegation, pledges its support for your success, and thanks the Chinese delegation for their excellent stewardship of the Council last month. We thank the briefer and welcome Her Excellency, the Distinguished Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania, as well as all other distinguished permanent representatives participating in this meeting. Madam President, Liberia learned about cross-border weapons spilled over from the silence of affected villages that no longer had people in them. Decades ago, our own borders, like many across conflicted regions in Africa, were routinely dissolved by shifting armed factions. In today's new form of warfare, characterized by drones technology, we continue to see, without excusing it, that the worst cross-border spillovers may not be deliberate. However, they are the foreseeable systemic consequence of deploying automated weapons at the margins of frontiers. It is with this lens that we examine this regretted incident in Romania, in which a mother and her child are said to have been injured. Madam President, the absence of hostile intent has never equaled the absence of consequence. When highly automated weapons-grade systems are operated in dense electronic warfare environment immediately adjacent to neutral territory, any resulting accident risk being compounded and escalated. Excellencies, the technical margins of modern conflicts are too narrow to guarantee the safety of neutral states. The only durable antidote to cross-border spillover, therefore, is not more sophisticated correction algorithms. It is the cessation of the hostilities that are driving the conflict. This war must stop. While diplomatic pathways to peace are being forged, civilians in conflict-adjacent states must not be left unprotected. We call on all members of this world body, without exception, to return to the full adherence of the UN Charter, the promise to which we all sign onto, and the supremacy of diplomacy toward the peaceful resolution of conflicts. In conclusion, Madam President, let us act to ensure this does not happen again in Romania or anywhere else. demanding restraints on all sides and immediate de-escalation toward an end to the war, with respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations, including Romania. Liberia is ready to act. We call on this council to similarly be ready, and I thank you.
Gracias.
I thank the representative of Liberia, and I now give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me begin by congratulating Colombia on assuming the presidency of the Council for this month. I'm confident that under your stewardship, Madam President, the Council will deliver its mandate effectively. You can count on the full support of the Chinese delegation. I thank Director Goto for her briefing. China has taken note of the reports about a drone entering the Romanian airspace and resulting in injuries, as well as the statements and reactions from Romania, Russia, and other relevant sides. China consistently advocates for
ਜਿੱਥੇ ਆ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਦਿਆਂ ਕਿ ਬੈਂਜਾਮਿਨ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਬੈਂਜਾਮਿਨ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੇਅਰ ਬੈਂਜਾਮਿਨ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਜਸਟ 1 ਸੈਕ ਬੈਂਜਾਮਿਨ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਨੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੈਠਕ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਬੈਂਜਾਮਿਨ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਪਾਇਆ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਟੁਨਾਈਟ ਆਈ ਸਪੋਕ ਵਿਦ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਟਰੰਪ and told him that if Hezbollah does not cease attacking our cities and citizens, Israel will attack terror targets in Beirut. This stance of ours remain unchanged. In parallel, the IDF will continue to operate as planned in southern Lebanon. If Hezbollah does not cease attacking our cities, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਨਾ ਹਟੇ ਤਾਂ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਆਪਣੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਟਾਰਗੇਟ ਅਟੈਕ ਟੈਰਰ ਟਾਰਗੇਟਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਹੇਗਾ ਬੈਰੂਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡਾ ਇਹ ਸਟਾਂਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਚੇਂਜ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਨ ਪੈਰਲਲ ਦਾ IDF ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲੀ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਫੋਰਸਸ ਵਿਲ ਕੰਟੀਨਿਊ ਟੂ ਆਪਰੇਟ ਐਜ਼ ਪਲੈਨਡ ਇਨ ਸਦਰਨ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਸੋ ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ ਫਿਰ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਆਹ ਕੀ ਸੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੁਛ ਆਈ ਕਿਆ ਫਿਰ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਇਹਦਾ ਕੀ ਮਕਸਦ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕੋਈ ਟਰੁੱਪ ਨਹੀਂ ਭੇਜੇ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਟਰੁੱਪਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਵਾਪਸ ਬੁਲਾ ਲਏ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਥੋੜੀ ਸਮਝ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਆ ਬੈਂਜਾਮਿਨ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ ਦਾ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ਿੰਗਲੀ ਲੈਟਸ ਗੋ ਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ
of the crisis. I thank you.
ਰੋਮਾਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਰੋਮਾਨੀਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਨੇਟੋ ਦਾ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਹੈ
Thank you very much to the representative of China. And I will now make a statement in my quality as representative of Colombia.
The president of the
I'd like to thank Ms. Kayuko Goto, officer in charge of the Europe, Central Asia and the Americas Division of the Department of Political and Peace-Building Affairs and the Department of Peace Operations. I thank her for her briefing. And I welcome and greet Her Excellency Oana Tsoyu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania. And I also extend my greetings to the delegations joining us at today's meeting. We have received with great concern the report of the incident that occurred on the 29th of May in Galați, Romania, according to which a drone struck a residential building, causing property damage and injuring 2 civilians. We express our solidarity with the individuals affected and with their families, and we wish them a speedy recovery to those that were injured. And we also express our solidarity with Romania in light of the consequences of this incident that occurred on its territory. Colombia has taken careful note of the information presented and underscores the importance of ensuring that the circumstances surrounding what occurred are clarified independently, objectively, in a transparent manner, and quickly. Beyond the specific circumstances of the case and the corresponding investigations, this incident highlights the risks that armed conflicts may pose to regional security and stability. It serves as a reminder that the effects of hostilities often extend beyond the immediate areas of combat, affecting civilian populations and the infrastructure of third states, with potential consequences for regional peace and security. As this Council has emphasized on numerous occasions, the protection of civilians and the prevention of further escalation must remain at the heart of our efforts. The events that have prompted this meeting and the danger that they may be repeated reinforce the need to act with prudence, responsibility, and the utmost restraint. Respect for the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, including respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, as well as adherence to international law, remain fundamental elements for preserving international peace and security, and are not rendered inapplicable under any circumstances. This includes due consideration and protection for non-belligerent states, whose territories and populations must be respected at all times, without exception. Equally important is ensuring compliance with the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution under international humanitarian law, which are not merely secondary considerations. Much rather, they constitute essential obligations whose observance helps limit human suffering and reduces the risk of further escalation. In this context, we make a broad call to prioritize and make use of diplomatic channels in order to avoid actions that could in any way worsen existing tensions and redouble efforts aimed at reducing risks to the civilian population and preserving regional stability. Thank you.
Vuelvo a asumir las
I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Juana Silvia Soiu, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania.
Madam President, thank you for convening the United Nations Security Council. Thank you as well to the presidency, the Chinese presidency, for the support in preparing for this meeting, and to partners that have supported Romania's request. The seriousness of this current moment cannot be overstated. It is for the first time in the 70 years history of our UN membership that Romania requests an urgent meeting of the Security Council on a matter that involves us directly. Now, our history was not without challenges, especially as I have heard here in the room mentions of who understands the Russian Federation. I would say that the eastern part of Europe, we do have our share of understanding it. And although our history has not been without challenges, we have not called on the UN Security Council until today. But we do so today because what we have achieved in the many years that have passed is to build a safe country, to build a growing economy. We have increased in the 3 decades that have passed 10 times our economy. We have managed to also be a security partner for the region. And we want to see this into the future. But we do understand now more than we have done before that in order for this to happen, in order for this to be without risk, we do need to do everything that is within our responsibility, individually and collectively, to help stop the war at our border and to find a diplomatic pathway in that direction. We have a joint responsibility not just to draw a line, but to make sure we do not move that line as people would want sometime. It is imperative for the Council to address such unnecessary escalation by the Russian Federation in its war of aggression against Ukraine. The Security Council is the most powerful tool of the international community, a common tool that we have to prevent the perception of a normalization of the abuse. We can and should not move the line we have drawn. We should not consider these current escalations as the new normal. On the night of 28th to 29th of May, a Russian drone carrying explosives violated the Romanian airspace at 2 a.m. Our military analysis shows that this drone was initially part of a swarm of drones used in an overnight attack against Ukrainian civilian infrastructure on the Danube, and traveled for 4 minutes within our territory and eventually crashed on the 10th floor of a residential apartment building in the city of Galați, Romania. The area where it crashed is close to the border area between Romania, Republic of Moldova, and Ukraine. Since the beginning of the war of aggression against Ukraine, Russian drones entered numerous times the Romanian airspace, as well as the airspace of other partners in Central and Eastern Europe, in breach of international law and the UN Charter. And that this council, those examples have been addressed from Poland, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia. Since the start of the invasion, they were brought to the attention of this council, and we have talked at length about them and expressed our solidarity to each other. In Romania's case, just this year, we have seen more than 30 such incursions, and we have seen a growing frequency. What makes it different this time, though, is that it is the first time since the start of the war of aggression against Ukraine that Romanian citizens also require medical care and that Romanian property has been significantly damaged. A mother and child were injured and required medical care, but now are out of risk. The impact caused the fire and extensive damages to the building. The building itself was temporarily evacuated. I want to provide context. The drone crashed in a highly densely populated residential area where children, women, and men live safely with their families. The effects could have been more astounding. Romania firmly condemns this reckless behavior and repeated illegal intrusion by Russian vehicles into our sovereign territory. Irrespective of what was their initial destination, the gravity of the action and the responsibility of the perpetrator are clear. The risk further undermines peace and security in Europe and, through its wider implications, represents a concern for the entire UN membership. Madam President, our military analysis shows without a doubt that the drone that crashed on Thursday night in Galați is a Geran 2 of Russian origin. This undeniable conclusion is backed by clear findings of a technical report issued by our special investigators and presented to the public by our president, on the basis of a consistent set of technical evidence. Apart from an inscription in Cyrillic characters of the name Geran 2 from the recovered fragments, the report conclusively established that the electronic components, navigation systems, control modules, engine, construction elements show similarities to those of other Geran 2 drones previously recovered in Romania and identified as being manufactured in the Russian Federation. The report also shows manufacturing markings, technical inscriptions, construction features, and materials used follow the same technological process. The chemical analysis points to the same origin. Madam President, reckless violation by Russian drones of the airspace of Romania and of other Central and European partners have occurred repeatedly since the outbreak of the war against Ukraine. This council also met after such incidents. This most recent incident is an extremely unsettling reality, as it shows an increasing pattern of indiscriminate drone strikes injuring civilians across the border, and such behavior is unacceptable under the UN Charter and international law. This modern warfare with autonomous vehicles does not create a distance from responsibility. We recall the Secretary General's recent warnings in this council a day before the incident that the rate of escalation we are witnessing in attacks against Ukraine generates serious and wide-ranging consequences. These need to be addressed and contained, not only because of their extremely serious impact on the ground and in and of themselves a great cause for concern and condemnation, but also because they erode the basic premises for diplomacy, peace, and security. Anytime, anywhere, in any situation, attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure call for condemnation in the strongest terms. Romania reiterates our solidarity with our neighbor Ukraine and its people in their legitimate self-defense against the aggressor and in the exercise of their sovereign right to freely choose their future. Since the start of the aggression, we have been witnessing harrowing accounts of the immense toll of the war on civilians in Ukraine. The courage of Ukrainians, their sacrifice, their power of innovation and resilience should be respected and supported. But because they do have an increased power to defend themselves, we should not consider this the new normal. We should continue to increase diplomatic pressure on the aggressor to stop. For a long time, Romania is a reliable country and a security provider in its region and beyond. Our efforts benefited our partners around the world, be it the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which facilitated access of Ukrainian grains to consumers around the world, the EU Solidarity Lanes, our contribution to demining in the Black Sea alongside our partners, are just a few areas where we do hope we have contributed significantly and will continue to do so. We have the longest border with the world, and we do have the responsibility to protect it, of course, for our citizens, but also because it is the border of the European Union to the war, it is the border of the Allied and NATO members, and as well, it is not just a shared responsibility, but of course, something that exposes Romania to the consequences of the war. And that makes us even more resilient in continuing the effort towards the path for peace. Since the outbreak of the war in 2022, these consequences have been felt in the broader region of the Black Sea, including the neighbor of Republic of Moldova. Of course, we are not parties of the war, and we have been clear about this since day one. But we want to be part of the effort to stop the war and have a settled peace. We do need to search for that path together. We reiterate our support for a full, immediate, and unconditional ceasefire and the pursuit of a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, in line with the UN Charter and international law, and in full observance of the principles of sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity within internationally recognized borders. We have said it before in this Council, and we will repeat it once again today. Robust and workable security guarantees for Ukraine are essential for a credible peace in face of an aggressor with a historical record of relapsing into breaches of international law. This reckless behavior and blatant disregard of human suffering not only goes against the UN Charter and international law, including international humanitarian law, but it also intentionally disregards the diplomatic effort led by those that wanted to bring us closer to peace. We are time and again confronted with a staggering paradox. We seek accountability in this Council, where the Russian Federation, a permanent member who should ensure the full respect of the UN Charter and international law, is also the aggressor. Such impunity in a blatant deviation of the fundamental principles and purposes of the UN Charter goes against the core mission of this organization, maintaining international peace and security through good faith cooperation among member states. As several members in this Council have emphasized before us, this type of escalatory behavior represents a concrete challenge to international peace and security and should be condemned as such. Romania's request for this meeting and my presence here in this chamber is an act of responsibility on our behalf and the genuine commitment to the principles that underpin multilateralism and the authority of the Council. Allow me to appreciate the expression of support and solidarity conveyed by the international community in the aftermath of the incident in Galați, including around this table, and during the media stakeout prior to this, where we've delivered a statement on behalf of 56 countries, and we're grateful for that. This reconfirms the crucial role of the Security Council and the United Nations as a whole in ensuring that breaches of the UN Charter and international law do not remain unaddressed and unaccounted for. My citizens back home are asking if words are enough for the situation we're in. But we are committed to the diplomatic pathway ahead, and especially in this room, especially in the Security Council, words hold a strong power. It is the widest legitimacy of an institution to host such needed dialogues, as uncomfortable as they might be, the needed dialogues to support peace. And for that, we do need the common response, as we have seen throughout these days, to these blatant violations of international law. And we do need to collectively support the path toward peace at our border. It is also another reason why we speak here today, and we are grateful for your interventions as well. Truth is not always self-evident. Truth itself also needs to be protected as we protect our land, our waters, our air. We do need to protect facts because they are misinterpreted, and sometimes for those that have no arguments to be able to explain their behavior, they try to run away from responsibility by trying to change the truth with their narratives. So our presence here today, our intervention here today is also in protection of the truth and in making sure that those that are victims of the aggression are not painted as the aggressors. Romania will continue to be a reliable partner, and we're grateful for the international support we see in this community. Thank you.
Doy la gracia a la excelente.
I would like to thank Her Excellency Ms. Soyu for her statement. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 3 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. The flashing light on the microphone will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 3 minutes. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Stavros Lambrinidis, Head of the Delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
Madam President, I have the honor of delivering this statement on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Georgia, as well as Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Andorra, and Monaco align themselves with this statement. Thank you to Colombia and to you, Madam Ambassador, for scheduling this meeting, and congratulate you on the first day of assuming the presidency, and warm congratulations as well to China and its ambassador for their UNSC stewardship in the month of May. Colleagues, the European Union strongly condemns the grave incident of the 29th of May in which a Russian drone carrying explosives that was part of one more overnight attack against Ukraine crashed into a residential building in Galați, Romania. You heard from the minister, and welcome to this chamber as well, the details. On behalf of the EU and all its member states, I express my full solidarity with Romania, its citizens, and those affected by this incident. Colleagues, this reckless act was not a fluke. It is a direct result of Russia's continuing war of aggression against Ukraine. Russia bears full responsibility for the consequences of its escalatory behavior and its continued military actions, which once again threaten the security of EU citizens, regional stability, and international peace. The European Union reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the security of Romania and all its member states, and stands ready to accelerate efforts to strengthen protection against such threats, including through Eastern Flank Watch and other initiatives to consolidate European defense readiness. The EU will continue to advance its initiatives aimed at strengthening defense of all EU land, air, and maritime border capabilities, including on the Eastern Flank, reinforcing defense readiness and consolidating resilience. We will continue to ensure that the EU is better equipped to act and deal in a coordinated way with a 360 approach. Colleagues, Russia's continuing serious violations of European airspace only reinforce our resolve to support Ukraine and its people in their defense against Russia's war of aggression and their pursuit of a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in accordance with international law including the Charter of the United Nations. In this regard, we must all further raise the cost for Moscow to end this war. President, let us not forget that Friday's incident happened on the back of several meetings of this Security Council, where the large majority of members spoke out clearly in favor of a full, unconditional, and immediate ceasefire. So did Ukraine. The EU actively supports all diplomatic efforts to this end, and we once again call on all members of this Council to work with us in pressuring Russia's leadership to accept a ceasefire and to finally engage in good faith. Ukraine is ready. Members of this Council are ready and demanding it. It must finally happen. Thank you.
Doy las gracias.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Lambrinidis for his statement. And now, I'd like to give the floor, pursuant to Rule 37, to Ukraine.
Madam President, distinguished members of the Security Council, I thank the Presidency of Colombia for convening this emergency meeting upon the request of Romania. I wish you success in this important mission. Dear Foreign Minister Oana Tsoyu, Ukraine expresses its unwavering support with Romania and your people following this deeply alarming incident on May 29, when the Russian combat drone carrying explosive violated Romania's sovereign airspace and struck a residential area in the city of Galați, injuring civilians and causing significant destruction. Please convey, dear Minister Tsoyu, Ukraine's most sincere wishes of swift and full recovery to the family who has been injured because of this vicious Russian strike. Madam President, today, once again, we heard nothing new from the Russian representative. Unfortunately, he continues to sing the same old song, repeating the familiar narrative that it was not Russia, not a Russian drone, and relying on the well-worn patterns of denial and distortion. I believe there is no one in this chamber who would retain a single shred of trust in the words of Mr. Nebenza. Ukraine has full confidence in credible conclusions of the Romanian authorities that this was indeed a Russian drone and nothing else. Russia can throw all these conspiracy theories that we just heard into a waste basket. Mr. President, what happened in Romania was not a single instance and must be taken seriously. Beyond the official rhetoric of Russia, a pattern of alarming, systematic threats has become unmistakable. Leading Kremlin propagandists such as Vladimir Solovyov, Olga Skabeyeva, and Margarita Simonyan have repeatedly used primetime broadcasts to openly discuss and call for strikes against major European capitals like London, Paris, or Berlin, normalizing in public discourse the very idea of war extending far beyond Ukraine. In one particularly chilling example, Ms. Skabeyeva's program even displayed countdown-style calculations, claiming that Russian ballistic missile Sarmat could reach Berlin in 106 seconds, Paris in 200 seconds, and London in 202 seconds, turning the potential destruction of European capitals into a matter of a TV show. And even more strikingly, these narratives are echoed at the highest political level. Dmitry Medvedev, former president, he used on multiple occasions similar explicit threats, suggesting potential attacks on European cities. Taking together, all these statements are not isolated provocations, but part of a broader campaign in which the language of intimidation and the targeting of European capitals has been steadily mainstream into Russia's state-aligned messaging. In Galați, in Romania, we have witnessed that all this rhetoric is not just threats. Madam President, the recent attack against Romania was a cynical double strike, which carried at least two messages. The first was directed at Romania and all NATO member states. It was yet another attempt to test the resolve of our neighbors, to probe reactions, and to see how far Russia can go in bringing its war of aggression ever closer to the territory of allied nations. But there was another second message. The Romanian city of Galați plays a special role in Ukrainian history as well, as the place where one of the most important rulers, Hetman Ivan Mazepa, found his final resting place over 300 years ago. Hetman Mazepa has remained a source of particular hatred and resentment for Moscow because he dared to challenge imperial rule and defend Ukraine's right to determine its own future 3 centuries ago. That is why many Ukrainians cannot overlook this bitter symbolism of a Russian drone striking a beautiful city of Galatz in Romania, but so closely associated with Hetman Mazepa's sacred memory. It is another reminder that Russia's war is directed not only against Ukrainian statehood or territory, but also against our history and national identity. Madam President, to conclude, there are essentially 2 ways to respond to Russia's brazen, intentional drone strike on Galatz. The first is the familiar one. We can express our outrage, condemn this violation, call upon Russia to refrain from such illegal actions in the future, and hope that all these appeals, including all those that were made this afternoon in the chamber, will somehow persuade Mr. Putin to stop sending his deadly drones towards Romania or Poland or any other neighboring countries of Ukraine. We have followed this path many times before. The results, or better to say their evident lack, speak for themselves. What we see now, we see the reaction before. There was an incident in Poland, you would remember, on the 12th of September, but all those signals were not really persuasive for Russia. This new strategy now in Romania is just another logical consequence of failure to put Russia in its place. This shall be another lesson for all of us. But there is, however, a second approach, how to address this intentional, I repeat, intentional drone strike against the peaceful city of Galatz. We have to recognize that the most effective way to deal with these Russian attacks on Romanian citizens, and indeed on all European citizens, is to prevent those drones from entering Ukraine's airspace in the first place. In practical terms, this means helping Ukraine protect our skies and establish a powerful and fully integrated air defense shield with all the combined capabilities of our European partners. We urgently call upon our allies, also sitting on this table, not just to completely rethink and change the current approach and initiate a decisive shift in scale in the provision of air defense systems. We need at least a 10-fold, but actually 20-fold increase. But what Ukraine needs most is the commitment of our European and our American partners to actively intercept and destroy Russian missiles and Russian drones over Ukraine's territory. The strikes on Galatz should therefore become a turning point. The most effective response to Russia expanding its war across Europe is not another expression of concern, but a bold collective action that would deprive Russia of the ability to terrorize both Ukraine and all its neighbors. The safest Romanian sky begins with much better protected sky over Ukraine. Madam President, before I wrap up, I would like to react to Mr. Nebenza's baseless accusations regarding an alleged drone strike on Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant that we just heard. We strongly reject this shameless allegation that is merely a figment of Russia's vivid imagination. As in the case of Starobilsk, there is no independent verification of this unfounded claim. Instead of staging this theatrical performance, once again, Russia must immediately liberate Zaporizhzhia, the biggest NPP on European soil, stop playing with nuclear fire, and get out of Ukraine. And with regard to Mr. Nebenza, repeated reference to the Starobilsk fake story, the continuous manipulation of facts reminds us a famous Soviet movie, let me quote, traditionally in Russian, «Три магнитофона, 3 кинокамеры заграничных,
3 foreign cameras, 3 cigar cases.
Flying in the chamber». I thank you.
Doy las gracias.
I thank the representative of Ukraine.
Doy la palabra al representante.
I give the floor to the representative of Russia.
Pedido.
Thank you,
Back to back,
Madam President.
Ukraine and Russia.
At the last meeting, Mr. Melnik spoke about how the tragedy in Starobilsk was a fake, how nothing had in fact happened there, how it was impossible to confirm, and if people had died, they were adults. Today, I already mentioned that we would show the alleged adults that died in Starobilsk and what kind of fake this is. Look at this. Look at these
Oh.
adults. Yelena Martimianova, 20 years old. Yes, she is of age, technically an adult. Anna Pogrebnichenko, 19 years old. I can continue that list. There are 21 photographs here with dates of birth and dates of death. The cynicism with which Mr. Melnik allows himself to mock human lives, the lives of children, exceeds all possible bounds. I won't comment about Zaporizhia. We'll comment on that separately. I've said everything I wanted to say on the topic. These materials will be sent to you today and disseminated amongst the members of the Security Council. Thank you.
Le doy las gracias al representante de
I thank the representative of Russia for that statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Moldova.
Madam President, I thank the members of the Security Council who, together with Romania, requested the urgent convening of this meeting following a grave security breach and a serious violation of Romanian sovereignty airspace caused by the incursion of a Russian drone carrying explosives with direct impact on the civilians. I also thank the Colombian presidency for bringing us together today, and ACG Kayoko Gota for her briefing. Likewise, we welcome the participation of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, Mrs. Oana Tsoyo, at this important meeting. Excellencies, the facts are deeply alarming. 2 people were injured, an apartment was destroyed, a fire broke out, and dozens of residents had to be evacuated. This is not an isolated technical incident. It is another dangerous consequence of Russian Federation's war of aggression against Ukraine and of reckless use of military force in close proximity to civilian areas and neighboring countries. We strongly condemn the egregious incident occurred in Galați, which represents a dangerous escalation. I would like to underline that any violation of Romania's sovereignty and security in a manner of direct concern for the entire region and for the Republic of Moldova. We express our full solidarity with Romania and with all those affected by the deeply alarming incident. We commend the Romanian authorities for their responsible and transparent response. Distinguished members of the Security Council, the Republic of Moldova unequivocally condemns the Russian Federation's ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine, now in its 5th year. This war constitutes a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations, of international law, of humanitarian law, and of fundamental principles on which the international system is built on. In the same vein, we reaffirm our unwavering support for the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, and therefore we reject and do not recognize the Russian Federation's illegal attempted annexation of Ukrainian territories. No military occupation, no sham referendum, and no unilateral act can alter internationally recognized borders. Attempts to review former patterns of domination, to redraw borders by force, or to deny the sovereign choice of nations should have no place in the 21st century and must be addressed by this Council. The Russian Federation bears full responsibility for launching and continuing this war of aggression, as well as for its devastating human, economic, environmental, and security consequences. This unjustified and unprovoked war must cease immediately. All those responsible for planning, ordering, and carrying it out must be held accountable. Madam President, the Republic of Moldova has also been directly affected by the spillover effects of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Since the beginning of the war, our authorities have registered 49 incidents involving unauthorized overflights, as well as several cases of missile and drone debris landing on our territory. These incidents serve as a stark reminder of a serious security risk facing my country and our citizens. We remain committed to addressing these risks in a systematic, lawful, and peaceful manner. These consequences also reach us through energy security. Russian attacks against Ukraine's energy infrastructure have repeatedly affected the Republic of Moldova's electricity supply and vital interconnections, leaving communities exposed to darkness, disruption, and uncertainty. The environmental dimension is equally serious. In March 2026, following a Russian attack against hydropower infrastructure in Ukraine, pollution reached the Dnistru River, the main source of drinking water for approximately 80% of Moldova's population and 98% of the population of our capital city, Chisinau. Water supplies were disrupted in several districts and in the municipality of Belz. This incident illustrated the transboundary environmental damage caused by attacks on civilian infrastructure and the direct threat such actions pose to environmental security, public health, and the right of civilians to safe drinking water. Excellencies, just as peace demands respect to the United Nations Charter, it is also requires accountability. The Republic of Moldova has actively supported international efforts to establish the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, aimed at addressing one of the most serious accountability gaps in the international legal system. In this regard, we recall with particular significance the adoption in Chisinau on 15th May 2026 during the ministerial session of the Council of Europe, chaired by the Republic of Moldova, of a resolution establishing the enlarged partial agreement on the management committee of the Special Tribunal. Moreover, we remain deeply concerned by the probatory evidence of the United Nations Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine, including a lawful killing of civilians, torture, arbitrary detention, conflict-related sexual violence, enforced disappearance, attack against civilian infrastructure, and widespread violations in territories under Russian occupation. We are particularly alarmed by the reports regarding the unlawful deportation and transfer of Ukrainian children from occupied territories of Ukraine to the Russian Federation and to territories under its control. Every unlawful transferred child must be identified, protected, and safely returned to Ukraine. Madam President, the incident in Galatz is a warning. This Council cannot afford to ignore. It is a stark reminder of the serious consequences of the Russian Federation war of aggression against Ukraine and of the risks it continues to pose in and beyond Ukraine's borders. The time has come for this Council to act with clarity and responsibility and uphold the principles it was created to defend: sovereignty, territorial integrity, accountability, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. The Russian Federation must immediately cease its attacks against Ukraine, halt all actions that endanger neighboring countries, fully respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and of all states in the region. At the same time, we urge all states not to relent in their support for Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting not only for its own sovereignty, independence, and survival as a nation, but also for the security of the European continent and for fundamental principles that underpin our common peaceful coexistence.
ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਾਫੀ ਲੰਬੀ ਚੱਲਣੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਨੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਦੀ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੈ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦਾ। ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ 5 ਬੰਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਫੜੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਫੈਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ। ਇੱਕ ਡੈਮੋਨਸਟ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਦਿਨੀ, ਉਹ 'ਚ ਕੁਝ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ। ਉਸੇ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ, ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਰੀਡ ਇਟ ਆਊਟ ਫॉर ਯੂ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਨੂੰ ਅਵੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਕਿ 5 ਹੋਰ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨਲ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਵਿਲਫੁਲ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਹੇਟਰੇਡ ਟਾਰਗੇਟਿੰਗ ਮੈਂਬਰਸ ਆਫ ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਂਟੀ ਸੈਮਿਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਸਵੇਰੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਪੀਅਰ ਪੋਲੀਏਵ ਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਬਾਅਦ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ। ਬਟ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਦ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਆਫਿਸਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ, ਉਹ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪਲੇ ਇਟ ਫॉर ਯੂ। ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੁਣਨੀ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਲਗਭਗ ਇਸੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਦੀ ਹੀ ਰਹਿਣੀ ਹੈ, ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ।
Okay, 30 seconds. 10 seconds. Everyone, welcome to Toronto Police Headquarters. Today, Chief of Police Myron Demkew will announce additional arrests related to a demonstration that took place on Sunday, March 15th, 2026 in the Bathurst Street and Shepherd Avenue West area. Following remarks, the Chief will take questions from the media. He will be joined by Superintendent Craig Young of Emergency Management and Public Order and Detective Sergeant Kieran Bisla of the Hate Crime Unit. The format for the question and answer period will be one question and one follow-up. Chief?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here today to provide an update on an investigation led by our Counterterrorism Security Unit. On March 15th, in the Bathurst and Shepherd area, anti-Semitic signage was displayed by a number of individuals during a demonstration. On April 2nd, we announced the arrest of one individual and a charge of public incitement of hatred. At the time, we also announced that a number of search warrants had been carried out at multiple locations and that phones and laptops had been seized. This investigation continued over the past weeks, and yesterday, early in the morning, police carried out search warrants and arrested 5 additional suspects in relation to the March 15th incident. These 5 individuals have been charged with public incitement of hatred and willful promotion of hatred. The individual arrested 2 months ago was also charged with willful promotion of hatred. Willful promotion of hatred is a very serious charge, and it's a very rare charge that requires the consent of the Attorney General of Ontario. To give you some more details, since October 7th, 2023, we laid 30 hate propaganda charges, including 11 willful promotion of hatred charges, which require the consent of the Attorney General. And in these cases, it involved a total of 20 different accused. In the 10-plus year period before October 7th, meaning 2010 and 2023, we had only laid 6 hate propaganda charges, including 4 charges of willful promotion of hatred. These cases involved a total of 5 accused. We will continue to be relentless in following the evidence to hold those who commit criminal acts of hate accountable. No matter how long it takes, we will root it out. Today is an example of what we mean when we say that arrests and charges can come at any time after an incident. Hate has real impacts. Anti-Semitic behavior like this creates fear, anxiety, and division in our communities. Through the tireless work of our Counterterrorism Security Unit, we investigate thoroughly, gather evidence carefully, and pursue charges where there are reasonable grounds and legal authority to do so. Since October 7, 2023, the Toronto Police have made 536 arrests and laid 1,309 charges in connection with demonstrations, protests, and hate-motivated offenses. In closing, today, I want to acknowledge the work of our investigators who executed multiple search warrants in Toronto and Durham region, viewed hours of footage, examined evidence, and worked with the Office of the Attorney General. I also want to thank everyone who worked on this at the Office of the Attorney General for their important collaboration. We appreciate their commitment to support this investigation and the speed with which this investigation was considered by the ministry. We are committed to working with all of our partners to combat hate. And we will continue to have a visible presence during protests and around places of worship and community centers for as long as it takes. Toronto is a place where people from diverse backgrounds live together in harmony. And we will continue doing everything we can so that our communities are and feel safe. Thank you, and we'll now answer any of your questions.
Chief, thank you very much for sitting here. You did mention this is a demonstration of if we don't get you today, we'll get you later.
ਜਿਹੜੇ 5 ਬੰਦੇ ਫੜੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹੋਸਮ ਹਮਦਾਨ 19 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਦਾ 43 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਉਮਰ ਤੁਰਕਾਨ ਵਿਟਬੀ ਦਾ 43 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਸੈयद ਹੁਸੈਨੀ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਦਾ 48 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਹਸਨ ਆਇਦੀਨ ਤੇ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਦੇ 46 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਯਾਸਫ ਸ਼ੇਖ
When opportunities present themselves to make arrests in the moment, and it's safe to do so, our officers have and will make arrests. And what we also do is gather evidence, examine the evidence, consider it carefully, and make sure that we pursue every single lead and hold offenders accountable. So, really, it is a very dynamic set of events we deal with each and every time we are out dealing with these issues. We follow the evidence where it takes us. We act in a moment when it's safe and possible to do so, and follow up as required.
Following up some of your numbers that you mentioned earlier, the numbers of this particular charge being laid, having to go to the Attorney General every time to lay that charge, is it becoming a bit of a strain on the force to work that through, or is this just something you guys have to do?
I'll start the answer and then I'll turn it over to one of my colleagues. Listen, I've said a long time ago, we will commit the resources necessary to ensure we investigate these incidents completely and thoroughly and hold offenders accountable each and every time we possibly can. And that's precisely what we're doing as an organization. We're providing the resources we need, including standing up our counterterrorism and security unit to focus our efforts where they're needed the most. And perhaps I'll ask my experts from the hate crime and counterterrorism space to speak a little more about how these investigations unfold.
Hi, thank you. The law requires the police to obtain the consent from the Attorney General's office. And what this essentially means is gathering evidence, reviewing hours of video footage, looking at victim, witness, complainant statements, reviewing the materials, ensuring that the offense meets all the elements of the offense. We look at this and we consult with the Attorney General's office, and this can take sometimes weeks, months, depending on the nature of the investigation. Hopefully that answers the question.
Any other questions? Great. Thank you, everyone.
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਮੁੱਕ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਛੋਟੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕੋਈ ਐਡੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਧਰੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਆਈਸ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਮੀਗ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਐਂਡ ਸਿਟੀਜ਼ਨਸ਼ਿਪ ਐਨਫੋਰਸਮੈਂਟ ਵਾਲੇ ਆ ਯੂਐਸ ਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ DHS ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਹੋਮਲੈਂਡ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਨੇ ਮਾਰਕਵਿਨ ਮੁਲਿਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਆਈਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਹੋਮਲੈਂਡ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਧਰੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਹਿਲਜੁਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੁਝ ਰਾਕਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਲਾਂਚ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਡਿਟੈਕਟ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਈ ਹੈਵ ਟੂ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਇਟ ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਊਂਗਾ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਲੱਭੀ ਜਾਏ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਨੇ DHS Director of Homeland Security. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਤੇ ਨਾਲੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਆ ਗਏ ਆ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਲਾਈਵ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਤੱਕ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਾ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਦਾ ਲਾਈਵ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਣਾ then I'll take you to that live ਜਿਹ 'ਚ ਉਮੀਦ ਜਤਾਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਦੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਊਗਾ just one second. ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ DHS ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਲੈ ਜਾ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਰ ਆਫ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਹੋਮਲੈਂਡ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਇੱਧਰ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਵਿਲ ਕਮ ਬੈਕ
Some fancy tape you got there. Well, guys, thank you so much for being here. We're in Dallas, Texas, at the detention center here, and while we are celebrating 3 individuals for their heroic actions taken on a very dark and bad day, something that should have never taken place. It's the irony of this is that each day we go after the worst of the worst, and that's what the ICE agents and that's what DHS and our other 21 components do on a daily basis. We focus on keeping our homeland safe, but today we get a pause for a little bit and we recognize the best of the best. See, the left, they want to demonize our ICE officers every single day, but really they're enforcing the laws that these individuals that want to demonize them, the congressmen and senators and even governors, they want to go out and say they're breaking the Constitution and that they're, I'll call them all these horrific names. The truth is not one thing they can point to where they say they ever broke the Constitution. There's not one thing that they can say that they're doing that is outside the law that they are mandated to do, that Congress has the one that mandated them to do so. They enforce the laws that were passed by our nation's leaders. And when we get a pause for just a second and recognize the activities of 3 individuals that were willing to risk their lives to the same people that were simply being arrested just sometimes an hour before or the day before, but they are being processed here in Dallas, Texas. The fact that they're willing to sacrifice their lives for individuals that's in their custody would speak volumes to what type of law enforcement we have that work in ICE and at DHS. And for me, being the secretary of DHS, it's an honor to be here today. In fact, in some cases, I feel like I shouldn't even be the one standing up here. I wasn't secretary at the time, and nor was I here during that tragic moment when 17 shots were fired from a rooftop just a few hundred feet away. But I'm honored to be invited here today, and a guy that responded quickly, that was only a few moments away when the gunfire started, who came in without hesitation. The man that's going to actually be the one that should be presenting the awards, but you're going to be calling the names out. He's going to come up here and speak for a moment, and then we're going to present the awards to these three brave individuals. So Robert, why don't you take over the mic from here?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Robert Serna. I'm a Deputy Field Office Director for ICRO, and I was the first manager that was at the scene on September 24th. September 24th, I remember that morning, it was supposed to be, a busy morning because we had about 70 new surge hire employees coming in, deportation officers coming in. So we were going to be pretty busy that morning. I was coming to the office a little bit earlier than usual when I got notified about, shots being fired at our office. Now I was only about 5 miles away. It didn't take me that long to get here, but just arriving to the scene, not knowing exactly what I was going to encounter. Now, I've been doing this job. I've been working for, the immigration with INS and CBP and ICE for about 27 years. And, we train all the time for different situations, but this tragic situation that we had on the 24th is just, it's a senseless act. It was an act targeted, an act of violence targeted towards us, towards ICE. That morning, three detainees that were in one of our detention vans were struck by the sniper. The sniper thought that, he was striking a van with our employees, but he actually hit three of our detainees. There was 10 others in that vehicle. At the time, we did have help from some of our other partners, federal partners. So, I do want to thank that help. And we had HSI, ICE HSI, we had FBI, FPS, we had the Department of War, we had Texas DPS, and then I'd like to thank Dallas PD for responding. I remember getting here in the morning, witnessing our officers go to action and helping the individuals that were wounded with gunshots. They were treating to them. They were taking them to the ambulances so that they can be rushed to the hospital. And, at the same time, we still didn't know if there was still an active shooter, if there was only one shooter, if there was another suspect that we weren't aware of. I do want to thank Dallas PD for having their SWAT team arrived here. Their SWAT team cleared our office, our whole building, and they assisted with the aftermath. Now, the aftermath, it took us a while back to get this office back into the shape that it is right now. There was a lot of windows that were shot at. We have 15 windows in the back. 7 of those were shot at with multiple rounds. So you could see there's that frame there was up on a wall. Shot went through a window, went through a wall, and then hit that frame and that glass. It went through, and then it was embedded into like the middle of our office. So there was a lot of carnage, but we overcame that, and I'm proud to be here in Dallas doing the work that I'm doing, and I'm proud of the team that we have that goes out there every day to do the work that they're doing. I'd like to say that there were many forms of heroism that day. Today, I am honored and proud to welcome Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, who is here to recognize 3 of these, heroes. I know he said, the best of the best, and that's correct. I'll go ahead and I'll start off with recognizing Deportation Officer Andres Goche. Dio Goche demonstrated extraordinary courage during the active shooter incident, making the initial 911 call and providing critical information. He risked his safety to extract multiple detainees from a transport van under fire, enabling them to receive life-saving care and stabilizing them until advanced medical help arrived. Andres Goche. All right. Deportation Officer Marco Solis. Dio Solis responded under active threat, administering life-saving first aid to 2 critically injured detainees. He conducted immediate trauma assessments, provided emergency care, and coordinated with responders to ensure safe casualty movement. Marco Solis.
I think Prime Minister is here. Prime Minister ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ
Enforcement and Removal Assistant Christopher Pine. ERA Pine administered life-saving first aid to 2 detainees, establishing a casualty care area under duress. He provided direct emergency interventions, coordinated with responders, and sustained patient stability until transfer, directly contributing to the preservation of life. ERA Christopher Pine.
I'm going to take you to Ottawa. One sec. Ontario, Toronto. Yes, Toronto. मैं ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ Toronto ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ
And now I'll
Prime
pass
Minister
it on.
ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ
I'll introduce Congressman Brandon Gill.
let me just switch this one off.
Thank you. And first of all, I want to thank Secretary.
ਆਪਾਂ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਾਈਵ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ going to take you to the live of Prime Minister Mark Carney ਦਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ I think Holy Blossom Temple ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ Mr. Mark Carney ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ Let me take you 1 second. लाइव है और कनेक्शन क्यों कटता बार बार? Let me take you 1 sec. प्राइम मिनिस्टर मार्क कार्नी आए नहीं स्टेज पे, तो मैंने सी के शायद आ रहे हैं, they still not here. जिनके प्राइम मिनिस्टर आंदे ने, एक होर तुहानू मैं आई थिंक आ गए. यस, प्राइम मिनिस्टर इज हियर.
Be a source of both comfort and hope in a time where we so greatly need to come together. As we prepare to sing O Canada, we acknowledge that our community is situated on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. This land is now home to many diverse nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. May our gratitude for this country include a commitment to honoring its full history and to building a future of dignity, respect, and belonging for all. Please rise and join me in the singing of O Canada. O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, with I now ask that you turn your attention to the screens for greetings and a message from our senior rabbi, Yael Spolansky.
Shalom, everyone. Oh, how I wish I could be with you in person to hear the Prime Minister's important address firsthand. Only care for my own father here in Massachusetts could keep me from this historic occasion. Welcome to Holy Blossom Temple, Toronto's first synagogue, founded in 1856, even before Canada was born. Welcome rabbis and community leaders, welcome congregants and guests, welcome members of parliament and elected officials, and a special welcome to Holy Blossom Temple's own MP, Leslie Church, and to Minister Evan Solomon, whose family runs 4 generations deep here at Holy Blossom. Welcome, Prime Minister Carney. We are eager to hear your address to the nation. We are listening carefully for your clear commitment to confront anti-Semitism wherever it festers. History teaches us that the health of a country, the health of any society, is inextricably linked to its treatment of Jews. I don't know how to explain this when we are such a small minority, but 3,500 years testify that it is true. Last week, I visited a church where the pastor explained it simply by pointing to God's promise to Abraham, I will bless those who bless you and curse the one who curses you. Kol mishpachot ha'adama, all the families of the earth shall bless themselves by you. The very room in which you are gathered was once, during World War II, filled wall to wall with sewing machines, so congregant volunteers could make woolen sweaters and socks for the soldiers overseas. More than 1 million Canadians served in the Canadian Armed Forces during World War II. They understood what happens when hatred goes unchecked. They served and sacrificed because they knew what was right and they stood up for what was right. Among them was Leonard Levy of blessed memory. Many remember Leonard as Holy Blossom's head usher for Shabbat and holy days. He greeted everyone with a smile and a firm handshake. He was small in stature, which is why, Leonard explained, he could be a tail gunner with the Royal Canadian Air Force. Tail gunners took the most dangerous positions, stuffed into the tail of the plane where there wasn't even room for a parachute. When Leonard came home in one piece, it was a Friday, and his mother said, we're going to Holy Blossom. Leonard said, let me just change into my Shabbos clothes. No, she insisted, you will wear your uniform. I want everyone to see that a soldier has come home. Why do I share these memories of dear Leonard Levy with you today? Because Leonard, like so many of his generation, loved his country and dedicated himself to it wholeheartedly. And he loved his Judaism and dedicated himself to it wholeheartedly. Later in life, Leonard went from school to school, telling his story proudly as a Jewish Canadian veteran. For him, being a Jewish Canadian was a singular devotion, one identity that fit together seamlessly. But today, many fear that in order to be safe, we must relinquish one identity or the other. Many Jewish Canadians feel we are presented with an impossible choice. Either stay in the public domain and hide your Jewish identity at school or on campus, on social media or in the workplace, or retreat from public spaces, give up on the public school system, lose faith in non-Jewish neighbors, or flee Canada altogether in search of a place where we and our children can be safe, understood, and accepted as Jews and as lovers of Israel. Mr. Prime Minister, you know that anti-Semitism is not a Jewish problem. Just as people of color cannot fix racism, just as women cannot correct misogyny, Jewish citizens cannot rid the country of anti-Semitism. Only government can govern. We are grateful for law enforcement and intelligence agencies who work day and night to keep us safe. We wish we did not need their protection, but we do, and so we thank them. We are grateful for government security grants, although they only cover a fraction of the true cost of protecting ourselves from those who wish us harm. These costs are literally the price all Canadians must now pay for allowing anti-Semitism to become normalized. Prime Minister Carney, we do not want to live in fortresses. No other Canadian community needs such protection to pray in their houses of worship. It should not take an act of courage to bring a child to school or summer camp. In 5 swift years, Canada has gone from being one of the world's most desirable places to raise a Jewish family to one of the world's most dangerous. At some point, we have to wonder if our freedom of religion, as enshrined in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, is being upheld. When synagogues are shut up, when Jewish businesses are targeted, when Jewish neighborhoods are terrorized, it does not feel like freedom. The matter is urgent. Canada's own Integrated Threat Assessment Center says so. God help us. When hate is tolerated, it grows. When hateful words go unchecked, they lead to hateful acts. When laws are not enforced, permission is granted and lawlessness escalates. And when Canadian elected leaders publicly condemn Israel, the world's only Jewish state, Jewish Canadians pay the price. Canadian stability is being tested now. Canadian values are on trial now. At this watershed moment in its history, Canada must make good on its promise of peace, order, and good government. There is a blessing to be recited on the rare and precious occasion when one finds herself in the presence of a prime minister. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, shenatan michlodo levasar vadam. Praised are you, eternal our God, ruler of the universe, who has given a measure of your glory to flesh and blood. Mr. Prime Minister, when we spoke recently, you asked that I say a prayer for you. May God, who is the knower of all, help you to know and understand, to listen and lead with a measure of God's divine insight. May God, who is the judge of all, help you to discern what is good and right and just. May God, who balances power with compassion, help you to lead with both strength and compassion for the sake of all the citizens under your care. And I will conclude with our innermost prayer, a prayer for peace. Oseh shalom b'romav, shalom aleinu va'al kol Yisrael va'al kol yoshvei tevel. May God, who causes peace to reign in the highest of heavens, cause a measure of that peace to rain down on you, on us, on Canada, on Israel, and all the world. And together we say, Amen. Shalom, everyone. Oh, how I wish I could be with you in person.
Oh, because she's not there.
I'm happy to report that Rabbi Splansky's father's surgery was a success this morning, and our hearts and prayers remain with the Splansky family at this time. It is now my distinguished honor to introduce our local member of Parliament, Leslie Church, to offer words of welcome.
Thank you, Cantor Rosen. It's an honor to be with you and the exceptional team led by Rabbi Splansky here at Holy Blossom. Holy Blossom has been at the heart of Toronto St. Paul's and Canada's Jewish community for generations. It is the oldest synagogue in Toronto and just celebrated 170 years strong. We were here a few weeks ago
Breaking news आ रही है.
It was an evening of music.
एक breaking news आ रही है कि Pelican Narrows, Saskatchewan ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਐਕਟਿਵ ਸ਼ੂਟਰ ਹੈ, ਐਕਟਿਵ ਸ਼ੂਟਰ ਦਾ ਅਲਰਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸਸਕੈਚੁਅਨ RCMP ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ. Let me just get that first because ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ. ਉੱਥੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕੁਝ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚਲਾਈਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ. ਅਲਰਟ ਆਇਆ ਹੁਣੇ ਸਸਕੈਚੁਅਨ RCMP ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ. ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਧਰ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਵਾਲੇ ਵੱਲ ਵੀ. Let me just get that information first. ਜਿਹੜੀ Saskatchewan RCMP ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ. One sec. That is very important.
of us must stand together to uphold the values we share as Canadians, to respect one another, to live free from fear
Yes.
and intimidation, to be able to live
It's
proudly
very important
who we
information.
are. It's been a true joy being welcomed into the Holy Blossom community. The art and beauty, the music, the passion.
ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਧਰ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿਆਂ ਹਾਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਖਬਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ that's the information ਇੱਥੋਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਖਬਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਏਰੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਸਕੈਚੁਅਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਕਟਿਵ ਸ਼ੂਟਰ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ and that's the news. Dangerous person alert issued for Pelican Narrows and surrounding areas, Saskatchewan RCMP. Suspect unknown. A resident should find a safe location now and lock doors. Do not approach. पूरा ਜਿਹੜਾ ਏਰੀਆ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ I'm surprised कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर वाल दोबारा चलते हैं इधर जो कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन आई था I'll share it with you.
Voice and presence in our Jewish caucus, one of Holy Blossom Temple's own members and my good friend, the Honorable Minister Evan Solomon.
Merci, Leslie. Leslie's a true leader in the community and a powerful voice in our caucus and lifting up the voice of our community. So good evening, everyone. Bonjour, chers amis. Beaucoup des amis ici. À toutes et à tous, shalom, everybody. Good friends, Senator. Prime Minister Carney, welcome. It's a great honor for us to have you here, and Public Safety Minister Gary Anandasangari, who has been, where is Gary? Yes, has shown such leadership here. Gary, thank you. Colleagues, members of the Jewish community, leaders of the Jewish community, chiefs of police, deputy commissioner of the senior deputy commissioner of the RCMP, all of you. It's a pleasure to be here. It is meaningful to be here at Holy Blossom. As the rabbi said, for me, this is not just a place of worship. This is home. Ici, c'est mon chez moi, ma communauté. This is the synagogue where I was married. My brother is here, was married. My sister is here. Her husband's married. I think my mother was married here. If you weren't married here, we're married. Many generations of my family, but more importantly, many generations of thousands of families have found community here, have found meaning here, have found belonging here. Now under the remarkable leadership of Yael Splansky, but a long line of great rabbis and great cantors. Thank you, Cantor. That rendition of O Canada was beautiful. Great cantors. Like so many Jewish synagogues and shuls, Holy Blossom has long been a key part of the fabric of Jewish life, not only here in Toronto, but here in Canada and around the world. Being a Jewish Canadian story of faith, of service, of community, of joy, of leadership, of genuine debate, of resilience, and of contribution. Depuis des générations, cette synagogue incarne des valeurs profondément canadiennes, que des personnes de toutes foi puissent venir ici, créer une communauté, pratiquer leur religion, élever leurs enfants et se sentir chez eux dans une des plus grandes villes du monde. C'est ça, la promesse du Canada. That is the promise of this great country. But as Leslie said, as the rabbi said, we have to be honest about this urgent and dangerous moment. Across the country, Jewish Canadians are facing a level of anti-Semitism that is unacceptable, it is frightening, and it's dangerous. Synagogues need security. Parents worry about their children's safety on campuses, at Jewish summer camps, day schools, walking into community spaces like this one. Imagine going into your place of worship, a church, a mosque, with your family and your loved ones and needing police to feel safe just to worship. That is not normal in Canada, should never be normal in Canada. But for Jewish Canadians right now, it is. And the fear is real. Synagogues across the country are getting shot at. Synagogue where I was bar mitzvah, Temple Emmanuel, not far in another part of Toronto where many of our members visited, was shot with 20 bullets. It's sobering to see 20 bullet holes in the glass of the synagogue where your family walked through. Thank God no one was hurt. That is the reality for Jewish Canadians, and all Canadians must confront this. In the face of this hate, our government has taken critical steps, strengthening laws, supporting community service, and standing with communities facing hate. But we also know that no Jewish Canadian should ever have to wonder whether the government sees this clearly. We do. We see it. We acknowledge it. We are acting on it. That is why our caucus colleagues are here. That is why Gary Anandasangri, our public safety minister, has always responded so swiftly and so vigilantly to every threat and incident with law enforcement who are here. Chief, as well, thank you so much for that work. And I want to say something personally about the Prime Minister. Nobody takes this more seriously than our Prime Minister. Le Premier ministre a tenu des réunions régulières avec le leader de la communauté juive, ses collègues, la famille et les personnes directement touchées par cet attentat. He listens. The Prime Minister listens. The Prime Minister feels this. He understands the fear. We speak about it. He has been seized with the responsibility to act, and he has.
Ginny, there's Prime Minister on there. Let me just talk you about, let me just tell you about the active shooter situation right now. One of our listener or viewer, he said it's not about the active shooting event, but let me just take you to that live event. Area. 1 second. That's the Saskatchewan Sask alert, and this is the information which has been provided by them. The Prime Minister, we're going to go to that side. Lekin this is the most important right now. There's active shooting alert in Saskatchewan at a clinic, and there are certain media houses or independent media houses, those who are claiming that there has been a shooting. I cannot confirm that for now, but let me just show you what is that area is. This area. Pelican Arrows. Health clinic de utte. You can see yourself. Update RCMP active shooter on foot in Pelican Arrows. Suspect unknown, suspect male wearing all black clothing. And that's the civil emergency update. Active with update information. RCMP, 1 sec. Wearing all black clothing, face covering. So the person covered, he's having mask on his face, all over his face. Male suspect, wearing all black clothing. No more information yet, but let me just take you to the press release which has been issued by the Saskatchewan RCMP. Dangerous person alert issued for Pelican Narrows and surrounding areas. Saskatchewan RCMP is issuing a dangerous person alert for an active shooter at the health clinic in Pelican Narrows. Suspect unknown. That is the only information right now we have. But as soon as I got some information, I will be back. क्योंकि अभी तक जो information आ रही है बहुत ज़्यादा मर्की जी आ रही है, but मैं back प्राइम मिनिस्टर वाले पासे जाना चाहूँगा जिथे के प्राइम मिनिस्टर दे वालों इस वक्त information देती जा रही है regarding anti-Semitism दे उत्ते Canadian government की कर रही है. Let me just take you there. How they are combating anti-Semitism.
Uphold the rights of the orphan, defend the cause of the widow. Amos warned against societies that prosper while neglecting the weak. The message of the prophets to us was that a just society is sustained not merely by law, but also and most fundamentally by the obligations that we owe to each other. Centuries later, in a different way, Aristotle described this as civic friendship. By friendship, he did not mean intimacy, affection, or fellow feeling. He meant something more demanding and durable.
Pelican Arrows area ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ, it is mostly First Nations area, First Nation Reserve, 184B. So Cree Nation ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, but I'll get more information on that. By the time ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਦੇਖੋ, I'll be back.
This is the covenant that is being tested today by the scourge of anti-Semitism. And I want to speak today about that terrible reality, a reality this community has been facing, Jewish community across this country has been facing. I want to speak to that reality and how we as Canadians can restore the full promise of Canadian citizenship to all. Because Canada was not founded on a single creed, race, language, or faith. Instead, we've held our differences in common, beginning after a long period of struggle and oppression with the French and English accommodation. This deepened with Confederation, and it's been carried through successive generations of immigration from every continent and of every faith and none. It continues to be traveled in the long journey of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, the original stewards of this land. Le respect, en fait, la célébration des différences est inscrit dans la Charte des droits et libertés, notamment dans l'article 27, qui indique que toute interprétation de la Charte concordée avec l'objectif de promouvoir le maintien et la valorisation du patrimoine multiculturel des Canadiens. Et cet engagement repose sur un concept que l'un des grands philosophes canadiens, Charles Taylor, appelait la reconnaissance. Selon lui, la reconnaissance est plus simple que la tolérance. Il s'agit plutôt de reconnaître activement que chaque citoyen est constitué en partie de l'identité qu'il porte en lui par sa foi, la langue, ses traditions, son histoire, et que sa dignité est préservée que si l'on tient compte de ces aspects de son identité. Each of our identity includes our faith, our history, our traditions, our culture, as Rabbi Splansky alluded. We have to hold those at the core, because to be recognized, to be truly recognized, is to be received as who you are. Pluralism in Canada is not the exception to the framework. Pluralism is the Canadian framework. Our secularism is open. The state takes no side in the matters of belief, and the institutions of public life are not captured by any faith or identity. In Canada, state neutrality doesn't empty the public square, but ensures that no conception of the good, including humanism or atheism, is privileged by state power, and that every Canadian has the freedom of conscience to live and live fully as they believe. And that means the state, government, above the responsibilities we all have as citizens, and we all have responsibilities as citizens, but above all, government has a special responsibility to ensure that no culture, faith, race, gender, or identity is threatened or suppressed. And it goes further than that. It goes to the responsibility of ensuring that everyone can be their whole selves in Canada. our fundamental insight as Canadians is that unity is not uniformity, that our differences are strengths to be nurtured, not risks to be managed. And in Canada, faith, language, heritage, tradition aren't concessions to citizenship. They are the expressions of our citizenship. In Canada, the visibility of our differences is the substance of our mutual respect. This is how we hold ourselves together. Now, I don't pretend that this is always easy. Differences generate friction. Accommodation of competing claims is real work sometimes. We'll always have legitimate debates about where those lines properly fall, but those debates are part of how a pluralistic country sustains itself. And today, in Canada, that nature is being tested as one of our communities is being particularly and brutally targeted. Across our country, anti-Semitism has surged to levels not seen in the post-war period. Last year, over 2/3 of all religion-motivated hate crimes were directed at Jewish Canadians who make up only 1% of the population. I'm afraid this room knows what I'm about to say all too well. You've lived it. But I want everyone to hear it. Anti-Semites in Canada have fired bullets at Jewish schools. They have thrown firebombs at synagogues. They've attacked community centers. They've targeted Jewish-owned businesses, harassed Jewish patients at hospitals, drove Jewish students from common spaces on our university campuses. They have desecrated our Holocaust memorials. Des parents canadiens doivent désormais se demander s'il est prudent d'envoyer leurs enfants dans une école juive. Les Canadiens pratiquants y réfléchissent à 2 fois avant de porter une kippa dans le métro. Et le même fleuve sévit en Europe et aux États-Unis. Il frappe également le Royaume-Uni, où les attentats terroristes de Heaton Park et de Golders Green ont profondément ébranlé les communautés juives. Et en Australie, où, en décembre dernier, 15 personnes ont été assassinées à Bondi Beach lors de la première soirée de Hanukkah. Let me personalize this. Last October, Evan, Solomon, and I, and others, we attended the opening of the Chabad Jewish Center at the University of Ottawa. Remember that? Lovely sunny day. This student center was made possible by the philanthropy of one of Canada's leading entrepreneurs, Harley Finkelstein, who as a student had benefited from the teachings and the friendship, the hospitality of Rabbi Chaim Boyarsky. And the rabbi remains at the heart of Jewish student life at that university. It was a joyous event, otherwise joyous event, but it occurred under heavy police presence and it was interrupted by angry shouts of some passersby. Only a few weeks later, I would next see Rabbi Boyarsky on a bitterly cold Sunday afternoon in December as we lit the first menorah candle at Ottawa City Hall and mourned the victims of Bondi Beach, which included his friend and Chabad colleague, Rabbi Eli Schlanger. The pain, the threats, the fears can appear relentless. The horror and shame are global. Our actions must be local. And they start with clearly admitting that Canada's civic compact is failing Jewish Canadians. And they extend to all Canadians, recognizing that if that covenant fails one of our communities, it fails us all. Since being elected a little over a year ago, our government has been acting, first and foremost, on the most fundamental responsibility of government, protecting our citizens. We've introduced 6 new pieces of legislation to bolster public safety and to combat anti-Semitism specifically, as well as other forms of hatred. Foremost amongst these 6 bills, Bill C9, the Combating Hate Act, addresses directly the rise in anti-Semitism, hate-motivated violence, and the targeting of communities. It significantly strengthens the civil code, the criminal code, sorry. It significantly strengthens the criminal code by creating new offenses for intimidation, obstruction at places of worship, schools, community centers, and other institutions used by identifiable communities. Nous avons aussi réaffirmé l'importance de la définition opérationnelle de l'antisémitisme que l'Alliance internationale pour la mémoire de l'Holocauste a formulée et que le Canada a adopté en 2019 dans le cadre de la stratégie canadienne de lutte contre le racisme. Et cette définition permet la critique légitime de tout gouvernement, tout en nommant la haine à l'encontre des personnes juives personnelles. We're advancing our work to confront hate online and violent extremism, including, not limited to, but including through the Canada Centre for Community Engagement and the Prevention of Violence. That center leads Canada's works on countering radicalization to violence and supports prevention, research, frontline intervention through the Community Resilience Fund. Last year, the government announced more than $36 million for projects to counter violent extremism, including early prevention in schools and communities, and work to understand and to respond to extremist movements online and offline. A few weeks ago, we committed an additional $75 million through the Canada Community Security Program for synagogues, for Jewish day schools, for community centers, and for institutions of every faith community whose safety is at risk. It pains me that we had to commit $75 million to this. Any dollar to this. We're working with provinces, municipalities, and our intelligence and law enforcement agencies to coordinate protection. I would like to take this time to commend Chief Carr, Deputy Commissioner Larkin, Chief Demkew, the Toronto Police Service today, and all your efforts for enforcement. Thank you. And when royal assent comes on Bill C9, we're going to give you additional laws to enforce soon. Ces mesures sont nécessaires, mais cependant, elles sont loin de suffire à elles seules. Un pays où des écoles juives ont besoin des gardes de sécurité, où des synagogues ont besoin de barrières, où les enfants juifs fréquentent des écoles recluses dans un périmètre de protection est un pays qui protège ses citoyens, oui, mais qui n'arrive pas à respecter son pacte civique. It's not enough to protect. The deeper work is the renewal of the Canadian covenant itself. And to that end, I'm pleased to announce today the launch and the membership of Canada's new Ministerial Advisory Council on Rights, Equality and Inclusion. It will be chaired by the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture, Mark Miller. The Council has a clear mission to combat racism and hate in all their forms and to guide the Government of Canada as part of our efforts to build a fairer, more just, more inclusive society. I'm honored to announce that Senator Mark Gould, one of Canada's most collaborative, effective, principled voices on the scourge of anti-Semitism, has agreed to join that council. And I am directing that the first responsibility of that council is to address anti-Semitism from 4 different directions. First, the council will assess the nature, the scale, and the drivers of anti-Semitism in Canada, including across our public institutions, our workplaces, our campuses, our public services, our professional bodies, our online spaces. Because these are the places where the habits of civic life are formed. And where if those habits fracture, the fracture quickly spreads. Secondly, the council will coordinate a whole of government approach to anti-Semitism because combating anti-Semitism is the responsibility we all share. It will ensure that federal workplaces, federal policies, federal public safety programs, and community initiatives are aligned in protecting Jewish Canadians, confronting hate, and promoting inclusion. Third, the council will improve research in the collection of data on hate incidents. It will build stronger data sharing systems so all orders of government, all police services are working from the same facts and with the same alignment. And finally, the council will measure clearly the impact of our efforts so that we can reinforce investments in education, in prevention, training, and community safety, those particular investments that are actually delivering real results and are helping to build a safer, more inclusive Canada. Now, particularly with respect to the first 2 items, I want to be clear about what these measures are and what they are not. They are not curtailments of freedom of expression. They are not constraints on legitimate criticism of any government on any subject anywhere. But they are. They are the basic standards we owe one another in our shared public institutions to ensure that no Canadian community is driven or even discouraged by those institutions by hatred. Now, institutional measures, even the strongest ones, cannot do the deeper work of true recognition alone. That deeper work falls to each of us as Canadians and to all of us in how we treat each other. As the Nobel Peace Prize laureate and Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel once observed, the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. Time has come. Canadians must stand up for each other. That means all Canadians must speak out when we see anti-Semitism creep into our social media feeds, our classrooms, our workplaces. Because history teaches us that hatred metastasizes when a society grows indifferent to it, when intimidation becomes routine, when conspiracy becomes discourse, when citizens choose to look away. We must learn from that history. And as Canadians, we must learn from our own times of both love and indifference. Au Pier 21 d'Halifax, au cours des siècles derniers, près d'1 million de personnes ont posé le pied au Canada. Elles venaient d'Europe au lendemain de 2 guerres, de pays déchirés par les conflits, de régions en proie à la pauvreté et la persécution. Ils sont arrivés avec leur histoire, leurs croyances, leur langue et leurs espoirs. Ils sont arrivés avec un héritage qui est depuis devenu celui du Canada. Et le pacte qu'ils ont conclu, ce pacte qui est depuis lors l'essence même de la citoyenneté canadienne est clair. That pact for immigration to Canada is clear. We welcome the peoples of the world in all their diversity and all that splendor. We don't welcome the world's hatreds. When you come to Canada, you bring your faith, your tradition, your language, your story. You leave behind your animosities. Now, we haven't always lived up to all of that pact. 1939, the MS St. Louis, carrying 907 Jewish refugees fleeing Nazi Germany, sailed up the Atlantic coast seeking refuge. Cuba turned them away. The United States turned them away. In Canada, we looked away too. The ship returned to Europe. Hundreds of those passengers were murdered in the Holocaust. The St. Louis is the face of the Canadian promise denied. And Prime Minister Trudeau rightly apologized for it in 2018. The covenant we must renew today is in part the covenant we failed to honor then. And what does this moment require? It requires that we do not transpose foreign conflicts onto each other. It requires all of us as Canadians to stand up and protect our fellow citizens. It requires all of us to raise our voices in disgust and defiance when we see the ugly face of anti-Semitism. It requires that no Canadian child goes to school being seen as a representative of any foreign state. Cela implique qu'aucun Canadien vainquant à ses occupations quotidiennes ne doive assumer la responsabilité des actes commis par un gouvernement où qu'il se trouve. Qu'il soit dans le métro.
एक खबर हो रही है कि मिडिल ईस्ट ਤੋਂ डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने एक बार फिर मैसेज ਕੀਤਾ he said I had a conversation it's a new message. I had a conversation with Bibi Netanyahu today asking him not to go into major raid of Beirut, Lebanon. He turned his troops around. Thank you, Bibi. I also had a conversation with representatives of leaders of Hezbollah, and they agreed to stop shooting at Israel and its soldiers. Likewise, Israel agreed to stop shooting at them. Let's see how long that lasts. Hopefully, it will be for eternity. President DJT. लेकिन let me just tell you, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਸੀ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ, ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਹਮਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ, ਹਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਹਮਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ। ਸੋ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਵੈਲਿਊ ਬਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆ ਹੁਣ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ once again he just shared this message. Let's go back to Prime Minister Mark Carney.
It's also the case that for all Canadians to remind that the covenant we are renewing is comprehensive. It protects all of us by binding all of us. That's its strength, its source of legitimacy. It's all of our responsibility. So let me close where I began. Canada was summoned into being by peoples who learned imperfectly and over time to hold their differences in common. That hasn't always been easy, and we have at times failed. We failed Indigenous peoples. We failed the Acadians and the French settlers. We failed the passengers of the MS St. Louis. Each failure has taught us something about what it means to be the country we aspire to be. That means protection. It means outlawing and policing hate. It means preventing radicalization and addressing institutional biases. It means restoring Canada's promise by ensuring that each of us has the space and confidence to be their whole selves and to thrive. Canada promises a country in which Jewish Canadians can be visibly, fully, joyfully Jewish in public life, at school, at work, in the street, synagogue, in the academy, in the arts, in every place, because all of Canada is theirs. Canada promises a country in which Indigenous peoples, Muslim Canadians, Black Canadians, Sikh Canadians, Christian Canadians, queer Canadians, every Canadian can be visibly themselves without fear. Canada promises a country where our differences are nurtured, not managed, where differences are honored, not suppressed. Our differences are lived out in common, not pushed to the margins. That's the covenant we're renewing today. That's the covenant that we all, as Canadians, must honor with our actions. Thank you very much for honoring me.
Let me check you. हम चेक किए प्रोग्राम खत्म हो गया या व्हाट इज हैपनिंग? नहीं अजय है.
Thank you for your candor. Thank you for your willingness to share hard views about who we are and push us all to do better. Bullet hole in the glass of a synagogue punctures our trust in the covenant, and we must build it back. That's what makes this community extraordinary. That's what makes Canada strong. So it has been a genuine privilege to have you, sir, here with caucus members who fight every day. Thank you for your work. Law enforcement, community leaders in the Jewish community and other communities, and family members, people of families from every faith who do the quiet work. Many of us are carrying heightened anxiety, as the Prime Minister said, about what's going on in the world and anti-Semitism and the safety of our own families. The weight is real. But as the Prime Minister said, it must be named. We must call it out. So to the Prime Minister and our colleagues and everyone, to Leslie, thank you for welcoming us into your great community. Rabbi Splansky, we're glad your father is through this difficult times, Cantor, and all the leaders and Holy Blossom leadership. Thank you. To this beautiful community, the road ahead will not be easy. We are together, honestly and forcefully, to build a better, stronger, safer Canada for everyone. Merci à tous et à toutes. Thank you very much. Prime Minister, thank you.
तो हम जाके प्रोग्राम जोड़ा है वो खत्म होया. And with that, let me just check before leaving if I have some more information on the active shooter incident. Alert, active shooter alert. No, there's no other information now. लेकिन इजराइल ने लेबनान ते दोबारा बम मारे है, हिजबुल्ला ने अगों फायरिंग की थी है, that is also information. And विक्रम डिगवा वाले केस ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੜਕਾ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ 21 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਸੁਣਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ, this guy ਜਿਹਨੂੰ 21 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਸੁਣਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਡਿਗਵਾ ਨੂੰ, ਇਸ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਬੋਡੀ ਕੈਮ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ, ਬੋਡੀ ਕੈਮ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੜਕਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵਾਕ, ਉਹਦੀ ਮਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ. I'm going to share that with you, but let me just give you a graphic alert as well. ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਟੀਵੀ ਤੋਂ ਪਰੇ ਹਟ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ. ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ I'm going to share it with you ਕਿ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵਾਕ ਦਾ ਕਤਲ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਿਰਪਾਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਔਰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਹੁਣ ਪੂਰੇ ਯੂਕੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਹਿਸ ਛਿੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ. ਇਹਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਜੇਲ੍ਹ ਦੀ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਆ. ਆਪਾਂ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵਾਕ 18 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਟੀਨੇਜਰ, ਉਹਦੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਵੀ ਲਗਾਈ ਸੀ. ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਦ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਮੂਮੈਂਟਸ ਆਫ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵਾਕ. ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦੀ ਆਤਮਾ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਦੇ, ਔਰ ਇਸ ਬਦਦਿਮਾਗ, ਇਸ ਬੇਵਕੂਫ ਆਦਮੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਸ ਕਤਲ ਨੂੰ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ.
He was on the bin on the other side of this gate. He's jumped over these fences and stuff like that. And he's up here. Away, mate. He's obviously he's fallen from there and he's slipped from there. There's other shooters left over there, mate.
What's your name, mate? Huh? Has anyone been hurt other than him?
Yeah, me. He's grabbed my brother. He's took my turban off.
started grabbing my head.
Are you
something like
injured?
that. Yeah, I've got swollen eye, a little bruise.
All right, just step back a little bit for me. Someone flag these down.
ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਉਹਨੇ ਉਹ ਥੱਲੇ ਡਿੱਗਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ
Right, let's get you out of there,
ਉਹਨੂੰ
shall we?
ਸਟੈਬ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਆ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵਾਕ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਖਿੱਚ ਰਹੇ ਆ
Grab his other arm. What's happened to you, right? You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? Don't think you have, mate.
ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਟੈਬਿੰਗ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਹੈਂਡਕਫ ਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ It's the biggest shame for the UK police.
Put the hand in the cuff, mate.
Okay, I can't breathe.
This is like multiple times this has happened to us. You've been walking, you can't
और जिन्हें मारे उन्हें वो सामने खड़ा खुलेआम खड़ा
Saying he's been stabbed, so
Where
let's
is it
just
you
check
think you've
him.
been stabbed? In the face? Oh no, but we have to check, don't we?
Right.
In the face?
Just get these back off, get their details on that, and I'll keep hold of them.
Should we?
Right, keep you on your side, mate. You better retrieve then. Saying to him, I'm keeping him on his side. We were set up when we had him here, but he didn't like it. What's your name, mate? At the moment, you are under arrest. That's for assault, so you do not have to say anything. May harm and defence. If you do not mention one question, so later line of court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. All right? It's going to be sick, I think.
Oh my God! This is such a big shame. Such a big shame.
What's his name?
Just want you to call it.
हत्यारा सामने खड़ा है कातिल सामने खड़ा है और पुलिस एडी घटिया एडी बेशरम कि उस विक्टिम ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਛੁਰੇ ਵੱਜੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਸਿਰਫ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਿ ਉਹਨੇ ਰੇਸਿਜ਼ਮ ਦਾ ਕਾਰਡ ਖੇਡਿਆ he played the victim card this guy played the victim card ਕਿ ਮੇਰੀ ਦਸਤਾਰ ਲਾਤੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਮੁੱਕੇ ਮਾਰੇ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਛੁਰੇ ਮਾਰੇ ਗਏ ਔਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵਾਕ ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉਸ ਲੜਕੇ ਨੂੰ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਛੁਰੇ ਵੱਜੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਇਟਸ ਅ ਬਿਗ ਸ਼ੇਮ ਕੀਰ ਸਟਾਰਮਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨੇ ਯੂਕੇ ਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਆ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਸਕਾਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਆ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ this guy Keir Starmer. This is an awful shocking case. Henry's loved ones have gone through the trauma of a long trial and endured Henry's killer making up appalling claims that their son, who was thoughtful, kind and deeply loved. It is right that the IOPC is investigating the police's response to this senseless murder, and we must end the cycle of tragedy by tackling the horror of knife crime. So Prime Minister ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ knife crime. As I said ਕਿ ਆ ਕੁਝ ਬੇਵਕੂਫਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਪੂਰੇ ਦੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਕੌਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਂਗਲ ਉੱਠ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ. Knife crime. Henry's family, friends and university with the city of Southampton will continue to feel his loss, and our thoughts will always be with him. ਇਹ ਸਕਾਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੀ ਖਬਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਕੀਰ ਸਟਾਰਮਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਿਆਨ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਕਾਲਡ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਬਿਆਨ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ. ਸੋ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ. ਸਕਾਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੀ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ let me take you to the Keir Starmer ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ. ਆ Keir Starmer ਦਾ ਪੇਜ ਹੈ ਲਾਈਵ. That's Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of UK. ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਪੇਜ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਤੋਂ ਲਿਖਿਆ this is awful ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ 4 ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ. ਸ਼ੌਕਿੰਗ ਕੇਸ ਇਹ ਉਦੋਂ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਦੀ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਜਾਰੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਹੈਰੀ ਨੋਵਾਕ ਦੀ. ਐਂਡ ਦੈਟਸ ਦ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ. Sky News the information. What do you
this afternoon? That is that a man has been jailed for life with a minimum term of 21 years over the murder of 18-year-old university student Henry Nowak. 23-year-old Vickrum Digwa stabbed Nowak to death with a
ਆ ਦੇਖੋ ਆ ਸੱਜੇ ਹੱਥ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੜਕਾ ਗੋਰਾ ਹੈ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵਿਕਰਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਡਿਗਵਾ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਔਰ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ
Henry Nowak. 23-year-old Vickrum Digwa stabbed Nowak to death with a Sikh ceremonial knife in Southampton at the end of 2025. Police had initially handcuffed Nowak at the scene after the attacker falsely claimed he'd been the subject of racist abuse. Well, let's hear more from our correspondent, Emma Birchley. Emma, this case has just concluded with the sentencing, and we had reaction from Henry's family outside court.
Yes, indeed. It was in front of a packed courtroom that the Vickrum Digwa, he was 22 at the time, 23 now, was sentenced to a minimum term of 21 years in prison, less the 175 days he has already served so far, wearing a blue turban and a grey suit. This related Hampton, Henry Nowak, 18 years old, a first-year university student in Southampton, was on his way home when he came in contact with Vickrum Digwa. Now, in a 999 call that was made to police by Vikram's brother, with Vickrum also speaking in, the suggestion was that he had been the victim of a racial attack. There'd been a racist slur. His turban had been pulled off. His hair had been pulled. That was a call that went on for close to 12 minutes. What happened then was that the police arrived and it was Henry who was handcuffed. He was complaining that he'd been stabbed, but he was handcuffed. By the time they realised that he was really struggling, he'd been stabbed 5 times, the fatal blow would be the one to his chest. He was ready to collapse and he would shortly after die there in the streets of Southampton. Now, those stab wounds were done not with the ceremonial kirpan that Digwa had hidden beneath his shirt. It was with a second blade, a 21 centimetre blade called a Schuster, which he used 5 times. And we know that Henry, when he had the pathology report, had 2 pints of blood within his chest. Now, sentencing him, Judge Bill Mosley Casey said that
ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਸ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਆਫਲ ਸ਼ੌਕਿੰਗ ਕੇਸ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਇਹ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦਾ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੌਕਿੰਗ ਕੇਸ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦਾ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ 12/3/2025 ਦਾ ਇਹ ਵਾਕਿਆ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਖੈਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਲੈਣ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਜੀ ਔਰ ਕੱਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਚੀਫ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੁਝ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਮਲਟੀਪਲ ਸੋਰਸਸ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਸਰੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਬੋਰਡ ਕੋਈ ਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਲੈ ਸਕਦਾ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਏਗੀ ਤਾਂ definitely I'll post it on my social media. But thank you so much for joining and keep listening, watching, like, share and subscribe. Thank you so much.